I was accepted at Stanford and I obtained a master's in structural engineering in 1984. My interest was in design of high-rise buildings, and then I realized that I kind of came to the wrong part of the world for that because this is earthquake country and it's more low to mid-rise buildings. The primary person I was interested in working with was a Professor William Weaver. He had cancer and had to leave. And so I made the decision. I loved the Bay Area, and one of my choices was to maybe go to the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign to pursue my dream of a doctorate in structural engineering. And I decided to stay in California. So I started working with Ackland International in Oakland, Ackland, and I basically passed the FE exam at first attempt, passed the PE exam, and then for the structural engineering exam, which has a very low pass rate, I also passed that test at first attempt. So I am that kind of student that was, I don't know why I should be proud of it, but referred to as a nerd growing up. I worked very hard at Ackland, and one of my joys was being able to mentor engineers and also to teach. I actually had a program teaching young engineers, preparing them for the PE. I generally discourage taking PE training classes. Instead, I chose to teach young engineers to get them ready for the PE. I'd also say that in addition to that, I probably have a record of maybe having mentored maybe more young African-American engineers than any other person that I am aware of. But in terms of work, I'm thankful that I've had the opportunity to work on bridges, buildings, waterfront structures, and also water retaining structures. One of the projects that I'm really proud of was two of the Cypress replacement bridges, the MT and WH lines that I served as the lead engineer and engineer of record for. Also on two BART replacement bridges on the BART Dublin extension. I've also designed a lot of buildings, over 200 units of affordable housing, which is one of my passions. In 1998, I resigned after being chief engineer and vice president for Ackland International to start a firm by name Carona Engineers. Carona, Carona. And I was driven by this thought of wanting to establish a firm that would have competencies in designing bridges and buildings, which is very rare. You either have bridge design companies or building design companies, but hardly are you going to find companies that have expertise in both. When I was going to start the firm, I saw an ad in the paper. There was an accountant in Walnut Creek, and he said that he basically advises young people who want to start companies, different types of companies. So I attended his one day, actually it was a night workshop, and then I asked him if I could pay him to basically for 8 hours to give me a class on starting and running a consulting firm successfully. So that day I went with my wife. My wife is a social worker. She's the Director of Consumer Services of Regional Center of the East Bay, which is a state organization for people with developmental disabilities. So she took the day off that day, and we both went to this one-day seminar. Now, two things came out of that seminar that was very important to me in terms of starting my firm. He advised me to get a technical mentor and a business mentor. So I went out and I got a technical mentor. So my technical mentor was Mr. Peter Bank. At that time, he was, I believe, vice president or was president of Rutherford and Chicane Structural Engineers in San Francisco. I think they were the second largest structural engineering firm in San Francisco. And he graciously agreed to be my technical mentor. Then I got introduced to Mr. Daniel S. Franco, his hair, who became my business mentor. I would have to say one of the smartest decisions I ever made. And I've had a relationship, a 26-year relationship with him since then. Mr. Franco is probably about 85. I don't know whether I'm supposed to say that now. 85, 86 years old. He wakes up at 4:30 every morning. He got here at 7:30 today. He's never late for a meeting. And he's been like my inspiration. He gave me one of my early jobs. At that time, a developer, he bought a house, a commercial building on 26th Street. Well, actually two buildings side by side, 385 26th and 383 26th. They were URM buildings. He wanted to strengthen them and ultimately sell them. And so we would talk literally maybe every couple of weeks about projects that he would give me and also just about developing a business. And so one of the things that he said to me then was, Debo, for running a business, you got to remember two words: cash flow. That will kill you as a small business. Cash flow. And for me, I was like, okay, cash flow, I got that. Then my technical mentor, Mr. Peter Bank, he said, Debo, here is what I want to be able to say to you. And those words continue to ring through. He said, what will you do when the storm comes, or when the flood comes? And I looked at him. He said, I mean the flood of work. I know you are very excited in starting this company, but small companies go through different phases. They'll go through that phase of just pounding the pavement, then all of a sudden you can get a flood of work. And I just looked at him. It seemed a little silly to me for the type of person that I am. I was like, well, if it means that I have to sleep all night at the office, I'll do it. A flood of work, that doesn't really mean much to me. So I pounded the pavement, chasing after work. I got an office downtown Oakland, a windowless office. That's where Mr. Dan Franco first came. Sometimes I'd walk through the night. I got a 3-year membership at 24 Hour Fitness, where I never lifted weights once there. It was only to take showers in the morning from when I walked through the night at the office. One of those days, Mr. Dan Franco came. We were that close. He stayed with me at the office till 4 in the morning, walking. We just talk. He's been that type of person. And I got my big break. It was a $30 million school. And it was civil and structural engineering services. I had hired 2 draftsmen full time, and also I started with a part-time engineer, and I just continued to get work. Then I moved to 560 14th Street. That office, Mr. Franco offered to be the project manager, not the contractor, project manager, to help oversee work that would be done to rehab for tenant improvements for that first office that had windows. It was just across from the federal building in Oakland. And one of the most touching, I don't know whether he wants me to say this, a couple of days before Mr. Franco was supposed to start managing that project, one of his 3 children passed away, a son. He had 2 boys and a girl. Mr. Franco said, Debo, one way of me dealing with this, I want to manage this project. And so he came for the next 3 weeks. We would have a smoke outside, and he managed the tenant improvements for my office. I'll never forget it. And he said, I want to do one thing in doing this. Debo, allow me to do this. He designed a C, there's a big letter C on the entrance. And that C is still there till today. I said, I want this to be my mark on this office. And I hired more staff. It was still exciting. I got another $30 million school. Mr. Franco bought a property on International Boulevard. It was an old Bank of America building, had a historic building, a lot of flooding problems. He had me work on it. I solved the drainage problem. He was able to sell that building. Then he also had a lot on Snake Road that he wanted to subdivide into 3. I went through the process with him, designed 2 buildings for him on that lot. He was able to successfully subdivide. He referred me to several different clients, and I kind of felt like the train was going where it was supposed to be headed. Very excited. Then come 2005, the problems started. A little bit of a recession, 2000, 2005, 2006. And there were financial pressures of paying all the staff that I had. I never missed a pay date. And in fact, I had Kaiser Health Insurance for all my employees. Not just that, for my staff, I bought fitness membership at Club One, which was right downtown. Not 24-hour fitness, but Club One. I remember it was $81 a month. And I said anything to make my staff happy was what I wanted to be able to do. Then when really as the owner of a business, a single owner, I had bought my house in San Ramon in 1995, 3 years before I started my business. I never bought a new car. I had employees that were driving better cars than I was driving. The motive was I never had any expensive habits. I never took any expensive vacations. The drive was to really develop a civil structural engineering firm that would be known for its work. I was never accused of incompetence. I was never accused really of negligence. One of the other projects that I'm proud of I had done is the Hismenu Terrace building in Oakland. It's an affordable housing project, 92 units for the East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation. A push-tension slab, 4 stories of wood, parking underneath. I have several housing projects in underserved communities. Now, in 2006, when the problem started, bills would come, and I have to start with this in terms of what I did wrong. I have to start by saying that ignorance of the law is not an excuse for breaking the law. Never in my wildest dreams did I realize that not paying $250 at that time, which was $125 to basically renew my civil license and $125 to renew my structural license. I just working, and my attitude was, well, when I pay, I'll pay. I will be like, I have a copy of the Engineers Act with me here, 33 pages on my computer. Section 6733 is the relevant section. That basically says that if you haven't paid and you're working, it is unlawful. And then when I found out, I found, oh, maybe it's a misdemeanor. No, it is a felony. If you don't pay your renewal fee and you're working, you are committing a felony. I committed felonies without knowing. And it is still every day for the past 6 years has been why and how did you for $250. But I just want to be able to say that when you have the highest paid engineer I had then was making $10,000 a month. My office was on the first floor of the State of California building on Clay Street, 1515 Clay Street. I got to the point where I could not afford rent anymore. I ended up moving to 283 4th Street. The challenges continued to grow. Basically, it became more of a mix of private clients versus public clients. A couple of times, I approached Mr. Dan Franco, my business mentor, because I needed to be able to take loans to keep the office going and to continue to pay staff. Mr. Franco arranged loans for me, private loans, to be able to do that. I paid off all the loans that Mr. Franco arranged for me. He can testify to that. And at some in 2000 on 4th Street, I ended up renting a portion of my office out just to be able to help improve my cash flow. And then I had a devastating event. I think it was 2011 or 2012. My office was buggled. 7 computers were stolen. I filed a police report. I'm on public record. I have opinions as to the computers that were stolen. I had a tenant who had one person who used to come to the office who was, well, I'll just leave it at that. I had suspicions as to the break-in into my office. The effects. The effects were devastating. I laid off all my staff. I was trying to relearn AutoCAD. I knew AutoCAD. I could work with AutoCAD, doing marketing, doing admin. I talked to Mr. Franco. I moved the office back to my house. I continued to take work. I became the tech officer for my office, tried to troubleshoot on the computer. Sometimes it'd be like a computer crash. I took money for work. I never intended. If you read what is on the internet about me, it is not who I am. I never tried to take money to keep money. I was just trying to keep a business going. In 2012, I was a member of, I started attending Allen Temple Baptist Church in Oakland in 1990. I was a member for 30 years. I stopped going when COVID started in 2020. At Allen Temple, there were 2 responsibilities I had. One, I felt like I needed to be able to give back to a city, Oakland, that had meant so much to me. I started a program called Aspire. The program was to help young kids get into colleges. I started with 2 kids, teaching them and preparing them for the SAT exams. And it went from 2 children to 30 kids, including my own son, who was part of the program. My wife actually joined, and I recruited other teachers, all on a volunteer basis. All this happened during my struggles to try and keep my office going. Then I just continued to try to meet obligations to my clients. Sometimes my lack of responses had to do with I just couldn't find stuff on the computer that I would not normally have a tech for. It became computer management, time management, and all of that. I fully accept responsibility for each and every one of the counts that you have read. For one of the counts, I took a $500 deposit for a project. I believe it was in 2016. It was just before for the funeral for my dad. I flew for the funeral in Nigeria. I returned the money when I got back. I was determined not to cry today. I apologize for crying. Since the revocation of my license is in 2018, I started taking job. One of the people that reported me, Mr. Tan Seng, he said, Debo, one of the people that reported me, Mr. Tan Seng, it was actually 4 counts.
Can you spell it, please? Sorry.
Tan Seng. He said, I regret reporting you. I know you better. I will give you work when you get your licenses back. Another one person who reported me, Mr. Henry Russell, he said, I will give you work when you get your licenses back. Mr. Saul Pichado, an architect, I met him in 2004. He gave me work, and he's given me work as a permit expediter and as a permit coordinator since then. Continuously since 2018, I have done work with him without any complaints from him. He wanted to be able to come today. He wrote a letter. I thought maybe I'd be allowed just one speaker. So initially I'd inform Mr. Franco. Mr. Olatunji Ernie, I've been his mentor since 1993. There are other people that have been, there's another young man I was, well, not so young, mentor too. He's now a senior civil engineer with the city of San Leandro. He wanted to come today, but he said he had to fly out to Oklahoma to see his mom. I have another one who is a senior civil engineer in Texas with the city of Frisco. I have another mentee who is a senior civil engineer with the Port of Oakland. I have one who is an architect, a state of California licensed architect who's now moved to Indianapolis. And one of the young men that I'm most proud of is seated here to testify for me today. He is a senior, he's a construction project manager with John Muir Health in Walnut Creek. He's a construction project manager with John Muir Health in Walnut Creek. He had gone to work in tech for a few years, and then I think it was 2011, he had come to me and said, you know what, I'm tired of tech, I want something else. I said, would you do construction management? He said, yes. So I had a friend who had a construction management project for the build out of the new Kaiser Permanente building in San Leandro. So I referred him to that project. He did an excellent job being a project manager for the new Kaiser building in San Leandro. From there, his boss was so impressed with him, took him to the new Kaiser building in Redwood City, and then took him to the Lucille Parker Children's Hospital LPCH project on Stanford campus to be a project manager. And from there, he then went to Walnut Creek. Now, coming back to 2018, since 2018, I have taken on several small part-time projects. Mr. Franco would every now and then refer me to a small project, like a small residential project. Sometimes he'd have a project he'd want me to help him prepare a bid for, or have me take a look at drawings. There's a time he actually got a project with John Muir Health. He had me help prepare a bid for him. And I've done that for him consistently since 2018. The same thing with Mr. Saul Pichado. I've taken on small ADU jobs that the Engineers Act allows me to do in terms of like wood frame buildings. I've also worked under a couple of licensed professional engineers. One of the projects I'm working on right now that I'm really proud of and gets me when I wake up every morning is working as a project manager for a nonprofit in Oakland. It's called Healthy Communities, Inc. So Healthy Communities has a dream to build affordable housing. It has not built one house yet, but it started with one project that I'm so excited about. So there was a site in Oakland that I was involved with, 8930 MacArthur Boulevard. A young developer had come to me to help prepare plans for that site. And just by stroke of fate, this nonprofit has a dream to develop the site. So they worked on funding. It's a brownfield site, and they got a $2 million grant from the Department of Toxic Substances Control in Sacramento, part the brownfields. The money is available to clean up brownfield sites. So I am working on a part-time basis as a project manager for the cleanup of that site. So Rule Associates Inc. is the environmental consultant. We're also working with Alameda County Department of Environmental Health to clean up that site. I'm working with HCI, that's Healthy Communities Inc., to try and secure funding to eventually buy that site. One of my dreams is that should my licenses be restored, that will be one of the exciting projects for me to work on, to see affordable housing built on that site, and also to be able to pursue a lot of other affordable housing opportunities. In addition to that, I continue to mentor young engineers. I would like Mr. Olatunji to speak to mentorship and how I like to mentor engineers. I do thank you for giving me the opportunity to present myself. I have taken several courses on time management and also on project management. And in terms of being up to speed regarding civil and structural engineering, I dare say that without stretching it, I'm probably in the top 1% of keeping up with the structural engineering profession. My primary hobby is in collecting books. I have over 2,000 engineering books in my library. No exaggeration. Mr. Eniola can testify to that. And I continue, I call it YouTube University. I watch as many videos as I can, keep up with webinars, and I will promise that if my license is restored, I will never, ever let my licenses lapse before renewing them again, ever. If I could pay for the next 20 years today, I'll pay for the next 20 years today. And I have a dream that retirement is not in my dictionary. And one person once asked me, so what do you see yourself doing? I said, when I turn 100, I'd like to do 100 meters in less than 45 seconds. Mr. Franco will testify that I said that to him before. He's my role model. I wake up 4:30 in the morning like he does. Between 4:30 and 6 is my thinking time that I devote to thinking on a daily basis. I want to appeal to each of you on the board, a most passionate appeal. The young man who came here today, I hope that you will truly consider his appeal to there are young people who want to practice civil engineering in this state. Can I also say this, that the requirements, I had to go back almost like I was going to take the test again, can almost be overwhelming for a young man or a young woman who's trying to take the exam. I think that it would be good for the board to take some input from older engineers. Older engineers probably don't care or even really have a perspective. I decided a few months ago I would act like I was going to be taking the exams all over again. And I can tell you that it has to be overwhelming for any young person. I would love to volunteer on a board, on a group that would give input to the board as to what would be helpful for setting guidelines for young engineers preparing to take the exam. But in closing, I just want to say that I am sorry. I am remorseful, and that I would love to be able to practice civil and structural engineering in the state of California again. I would love to be able to mentor young people. I'd like to be able to train young people. I'd like to be able to see us have more engineers practice in the civil engineers and structural engineers practice in the state. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you for not cutting me short. I know I probably ran longer than you expected, but I thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Before we go to the Attorney General's questions, I think we had a lot of names. Let's see if we need any spellings for any of those first. So go off after. Okay. All right. So the Attorney General's office is going to ask you questions now, and then we'll go to the board as well. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Ms. Flynn, whenever you're ready.
I'm going to sit back here, Mr. Sodipo, so that the court reporter,
Can't hear you very
Yeah, we can hear.
okay, I was trying to make it easier for him to hear both of us, but. Good morning, Mr. Sodipo.
Good morning.
You just stated that you promised that you would never let your license lapse again.
Yes,
Can you promise the board that you will cooperate with the board should they have any questions for you?
I promise.
Why was it that you did not cooperate with the board when they were conducting the investigation of you?
I was overwhelmed, and I would say that I was overwhelmed, no other reason.
So there's 3 separate projects which were alleged in the accusation where you did not cooperate with the board. Is it your testimony that from 2013 through 2016, you were overwhelmed?
I would say yes, I was overwhelmed. It's something at this point, yes, I was. I'd like to qualify my answer. It is something that will not happen again.
Now, you just mentioned that on one of the projects, you believed that you had returned $500, but I believe in the accusation under the San Pablo project, the money that was returned was $600. Do you recall that you returned the money after the accusation was filed against you?
Yes, it was when I got back. I think I went for my father's funeral.
There's two other projects in the accusation, the Belmont project and the Hayward project, where it's alleged you did not pay or return the money to your clients. Why did you fail to return the money?
Well, on the Belmont project, the client will testify that I don't owe him money,
I'm sorry, I missed that.
that I do not owe him money. The client will testify. On the Hayward project was the one in which I was overwhelmed that I did not return money.
And what did you do on the Belmont project to make things correct or
The owner agreed that the amount of work that I had done, this was post him filing, that he was satisfied and that I did not owe him anything.
At the time the accusation was filed, did you retain an attorney?
Yes, I did.
Now the accusation was filed on June 20th, 2017, and you entered into the stipulated settlement January 11, 2018, 7 months later.
I retained an attorney, yes. Attorney was based in Berkeley.
I don't want to know any communications with your attorney, but can you explain for the board why in that 7-month period, it was your decision to enter into a stipulation for the revocation of both of your licenses?
I thank you for the question. I retained an attorney, and in retrospect, I've been informed. Well, Tiffany said I should be careful. This is not an attempt to really litigate what happened. I regret the attorney that I retained. The attorney advised me to just said, surrender your licenses. I said, why? I said, ignorance I said I was ignorant of the law, but till this day, I know that my legal representation was not a good one.
Did you have any criminal actions filed against you?
I did.
Can you tell us about the criminal actions?
Yeah, it was regarding the that I signed plans before I paid for the renewal. It turns out that it was a felony, so I had a felony. I faced 4 felony charges in a court in Redwood City regarding the charges by Mr. Tan Seng. 3 of the felony charges were struck off by the district attorney in Redwood in San Mateo County. And so I pled guilty to 1 count of working before, in essence, it was basically it was fraud because I signed plans before I renewed my licenses. And the judge sentenced me to 16 days of community service. So I picked trash on shores for 16 days. And I must say that I was a very good trash picker. In fact, I was actually appointed the lead trash picker for those days. So I was proud that I did the same way that I drove myself when it came to engineering. I drove myself in terms of picking trash.
Were there any other terms of your sentence?
I was 3 years probation, no issues under the probationary period. And as I understand it, in the state of California, the felony charges are supposed to be expunged from my records.
When was the date of the sentence? Do you recall?
It was, I believe it was in I believe it was April 2018.
2018?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, when was your probation completed?
April 2021.
Have you ever had any civil actions filed against you?
No. Since then, no.
You say since then or just that?
No, since then, no.
How about prior?
Civil action, there was a client regarding I think there was I think it was in 2001, small claims court.
Is that over a payment dispute?
No, it wasn't payment. This was, it was a disagreement regarding work. I believe it was 2001.
I understand your financial difficulties you were having for a number of years, but why was it that you thought it was appropriate not to cooperate in the board's investigation?
I stuck my head in the sand. I was overwhelmed. I never should have done that. And that is the truth.
What assurances can you give the board that you were able to perform engineering services honestly?
Could you ask, I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you ask the question again?
Sure. What assurances can you give to this board that you will perform engineering services honestly?
I can fully represent to the board that I will provide engineering services honestly.
And you will also fully cooperate with the board moving forward?
100%.
If the board decides to place you on probation, are you willing to comply with the terms of probation?
Yes.
Do you have any other licenses, such as a contractor's license?
No. I have a driver's license.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sodipo. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. Okay, now, sir, we're going to have the board ask you questions directly. Way we're going to do this is starting at my right, your left. We'll go with Dr. Amistad first. Let each person ask questions as they go down the line until they're finished. I'd ask each person, I can't see everyone's nameplates, and we're going to have an audio record. So would you please just state your own name before you start? So Dr. Amistad, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to our hearing for your petition for reinstatement. And I do understand what you've gone through a decade and a half ago. Could you explain briefly how your financial circumstances had impacted that ability to repay starting with 2007 and onwards? I understand you were constrained by financial circumstances. How severe, number one, were those circumstances? And how did you get by for the ongoing years until you were able to recover?
Well, so I had taken a $200,000 hard money loan against my house. So the house, we bought the house, and my wife and I bought the house in 1995. It was a brand new house. It was the same house we lived in for 29 years in San Ramon. I started the company in 1998, which was 3 years afterwards. So my wife has a full-time job. She is the Director of Consumer Affairs of Regional Center of the East Bay. She's the number 2 person in the agency. It's a nonprofit. It actually is by the largest nonprofit in the San Francisco Bay Area. They have an annual budget of $800 million. And so we've basically gotten by on her salary and also money that I've made part-time. I have paid the debts. By the time I left the office in Oakland, part of it had to do with salaries, but I didn't owe any employee any money as of the time that they left. So basically what's hung, basically I've been responsible for has been paying off the hard money loan. And so from work that I've done on a part-time basis and my wife's salary, thankfully, that's basically what, we've dealt with.
So just a follow-up question. So due to your financial hardship, did it ever occur to you that your professional status as a licensed engineer was in jeopardy due to non-payment of these fees, or were you focused on other priorities? How did that all play with you during these times of hardship?
Oh, I absolutely did not know. As I said, ignorance of the law is not an excuse for breaking the law. So in my mind, it's like, oh yeah, I'll pay it. No, it's $250, I'll pay it. I got all these other things to pay, I'll pay this. If I had one clue that I was breaking the law, $250, nothing compared to what I was dealing with. Nothing. The type of person I am, there are people who still come. Can I borrow $300? Yeah. Here's $300. Here's $350. It just did not strike me at all. At all. I don't know whether that answers your question.
So my final question would be, you had gotten a hard money loan, so okay. Since you had received the hard money loan during those times, I guess the implication is it wasn't easy to get financing through a bank or regular financing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's it for me.
Thank you. Mr. Hartley.
Michael Hartley. I read every word in your petition. And I looked at the list of all the different coursework, YouTube videos that you've watched and all of that. I don't see sitting before me and testifying someone who is unable to do engineering work. Have you ever considered taking courses on business?
Oh, I guess I should say this. Yes. Thank you for the question. And I omitted that. So I felt like I've always been curious about maybe getting an EMBA, an executive MBA. But then I'd spoken in doing research, I thought I'd curate. I read as much as I could. And an EMBA is really about, as the Santa Clara Business School describes it, is being able to understand three key elements: leadership, management, and strategy. And so there are 7 LinkedIn courses that actually registered for that I'm taking, and I should have included those. One is offered by Babson University, one by the University of Pennsylvania. There is one offered by Stanford. It's called Organizational Analysis. My wife actually, I recommended it to her. So I'm taking 7 LinkedIn courses that I haven't completed related to leadership, management, and strategy. And so I'm hoping that by sometime late January, February, I'll be done with those courses. My direction will be a little different because the drive in terms of building a company and the way I did it, I feel like I'm in a position to maybe even teach young people. There isn't much of an avenue for those who want to establish small companies. But there are people, if you go into a partnership or if you're working for like a URS, you're working for a Digging Co., all those bigger companies, there's like there's structures in place. But for small companies, I think maybe something good can come out of this in terms of being able to help small companies navigate, the pressures of building a company. But to respond to your question, yes, I fully considered. I am right now taking classes on leadership, management, and strategy, and entrepreneurship.
If you had it to do it again, would you open up your own company?
With a different type of training, yes.
What would that training consist of?
Well, it would. One would be on time management. Another would be on cash flow. And then the third one would be really important, would be communication. Communication, I said. And my biggest Achilles heel, I would say, has been lack of communication when I'm under pressure.
So probably not a mystery that my questioning is because I don't question that your capabilities as a civil engineer and a structural engineer are sound. I think you've proven through your testimony today and everything that I've read that you're quite capable of that. My worry is that you will open your company again and find ourselves in a similar situation. That's my worry is as your capabilities as a business owner. So that's why I'm asking these questions.
I can respond to that.
Okay.
So the drive I had in 1998 was to try and build a 30, 40, 50 person firm that would be able to design buildings, bridges, waterfront structures, and water retaining structures. That was the drive then. I'm 63 years old now. I have a different type of drive. It would be one, a smaller company. I'm really interested in affordable housing. I have a passionate for ADUs, and the interest is not in trying to build a Degenkolb type firm or a Rutherford and Chicane type firm, but I'm also passionate in helping to mentor young engineers. If I can have an impact on the lives of 50 engineers, I would love to be able to do that. Not that I'm going to be hiring 50 people, but those who know me know that that is part of my passion. So it's not that I'm raring to go to try and open a 20-person firm or get into that kind of trouble again. I'm not trying to like open a 50-person office or a 25-person office. I want to be able to have a smaller office, but I also want to be able to mentor. I would also like to be able to, this nonprofit, Healthy Communities, Inc., for example, I want to be able to see healthy communities develop affordable housing in Oakland.
Thank you for your answer. I really appreciate your humility through this whole process, and I think you've handled yourself quite well today. I just want to commend you for that. And I am also a business owner and have about 20 employees, and all of their families rely. Like I said, I read every word because it hit home for me. So thank you for your answers today.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez.
Hi there. Your financial situation now is stable?
It's stable.
When we were talking about, I was hearing about the clients that you had owed some money to and repaid. You mentioned a Hayward client. Is that client settled?
We basically went different ways, and nothing. The Hayward client, there was I lost. So the Hayward client and the client, there were two clients specifically. The Hayward client just went away. Then there was a client the client that gave me the most trouble was Mr. Dan Rosenblatt.
Say that again. What's the name?
Dan Rosenblatt of Hillsborough. So he's a flipper who he ended up getting in trouble himself with the FBI. I'll just leave it at that.
So, but you've made efforts to reconcile what you can with the clients that were affected?
Yeah, I'd say virtually all the clients I had trouble with, Mr. Henry Russell, for example, who's willing to come testify. I have clients several of them who are willing to come and testify, who actually regret their actions. Once they understood what I was going through, said, Debo, I wish I had known this is what you were dealing with.
When your license wasn't paid up and you weren't aware of the implications of that, but you did some work with an expired license, is that correct?
Yes,
And you were aware that it was expired at the time?
yes. I didn't know the implications.
Okay, but I have to assume that you'd know that operating with a license that's not valid anymore would have some problems, right?
It was ignorance of the law, as I said. Not in my wildest dreams did it strike me. Again, Section 6733 of the Engineers Act.
Yeah, I understand that, like, it could be surprising that not paying $250 could result in a felony, but I'm just, if you know your license expired, you must know that there's a reason why there's an expiration date in there, right?
Now I know.
That's it.
Thank you. Mr. King,
No questions.
Mr. Martinez.
So I have two questions. First one, so if the board decides to reinstate your licenses, what are your short-term, kind of piggybacking on what Mr. Hartley asked, what are your short-term and long-term goals? Is your goal to start a business within 6 months, a year? Or is your goal to work for a firm and then move into that later on? What are your plans?
To basically have a very small consulting engineering firm, maybe 3 people.
And in what time frame are you thinking?
Well, whenever the board approves, or if I'm ready. I'm ready right now.
Okay. Thank you. My second question is regarding the training that you listed on your letter.
Yeah.
Most of the training didn't have dates associated with it. There's a lot of certificates that were awarded in 2024. Table 8 with the project management ethics classes were also taken in 2024. Those had dates, but the other 7 tables didn't have dates associated with those YouTube videos or the training modules. Can you give us an idea of when that 133 hours of training occurred, between what time frame?
Well, I would say that I've done at least 400 hours since 2018, at least.
Okay.
Because Mr. Latsinji can testify to that. I call it YouTube University. For example, I can use Woodworks as an example. So there's a organization called Woodworks. It's actually based out of Canada. It's the Canada Wood Council. They have webinars that they stage every month, and there's slides from those webinars on my computer at home. I have downloads of maybe 40 webinars from Woodworks, because part of my primary interest is in design. A lot of 80% of buildings are kind of wood frame construction. So when it comes to continuing education in wood, this I probably do more than maybe 90 or 95% of engineers. I can testify to that.
Okay.
On a
No,
cons-
so specifically the 7 tables listed on your letter, when were those classes taken?
In the last, over the continuous, for the, I'd say in the last 24 months.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Ms. Wong.
Good morning. Thanks for being here
Thank you.
and thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
I do have some questions.
Yes.
So I hear you repeatedly saying about the ignorance of the law. And yet, now here it is. You have felony charges, completed your services, completed the probation, wonderful. And yet also with the board action. So can you tell us in your summary, just summarize what actually are the mistakes that you made apart from not renewing the fee?
Lack of communication.
Two,
uh, with the board and also with clients.
okay. Anything else? How about, so lack of communication with the board and the clients?
And also, in terms of time management,
Say it again.
time management,
Time management.
yes.
All right. Anything else?
Uh, Deadline management.
Okay. All right.
And then also, I would say, safeguarding intellectual property.
Safeguarding intellectual
Intellectual
property.
property.
Okay. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And also, I also heard you repeatedly saying overwhelmed. So when you were so overwhelmed during a span of 11 years, since 2006, 2007 to 2018, when your license was revoked. And what did you do when you were so overwhelmed? Did you ask for help? What did you do to deal with your overwhelmed feeling?
Well, between 2011 and 2014 were the most difficult years. 2011, when 7 computers were stolen, it's kind of hard to describe how to, what the actual impacts were of 7 stolen computers in an engineering office, in a small engineering office like mine. So laid off staff. So maybe what I should say is that cloud, in response to some of the questions that have been asked, cloud management of files. I guess you can probably relate to that. One other thing is that in an engineering office, since you say you have 20 members of staff, I also should have had some kind of non-compete or non-disclosure agreements, or agreements that people can take what has been prepared that are on the computers. And you'll be amazed as to how much was stolen from you, taken away. Now I'm beginning to understand why it'd be very tough for somebody just to walk away from Degencove and go start their own company, because all the typical details that you've painstakingly prepared over the years, and things have been moved off, or there's any kind of like sabotage. So I would say that cloud storage, non-disclosure agreements, and protecting the intellectual property of the firm and protecting the firm from employees who could then compete with the firm is actually really, really important. And that will never happen to me again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Escar.
No further question.
Ms. Brooks.
My question is also along the lines of lessons learned. Could you describe maybe some of the things that you're intending to implement this time around that you think would help you to maintain a business long-term?
Well, for one, in terms of cloud storage of my files, that's one. As I said before, non-compete agreements, and also being able to, overhead can be a killer. And being able to, I think you can, that's something that anybody who says they have a 20% firm, I kind of feel like I can totally relate to what it is that they're dealing with, because you go to bed every day with what it is. So I'd say employee management and having, I'll probably also have a virtual assistant because it's easier that way. Basically, I'll say this. It might be funny, but eating healthy. And I have actually lost 30 pounds. In this process, I actually suffered a stroke. I'm a stroke survivor. And I started eating healthier. And I would say that's actually really a very important lesson. Because when you're running a farm like that, you tend to, fast foods can be the run of the day. I'll get to it. Let me just buy this. I don't eat fast foods anymore. I haven't had any soda in 3 years. So there are like a lot of little things that can be done. And I'd even love to start a support group for small farms that are struggling, that I can say, hey, here's where you can learn from me.
Yeah, that's great. Maybe one more question about handling overwhelm and that process or that time in terms of mental health. Have you, outside of eating healthy, which I think is a great part of it, have you considered other ways to handle overwhelmment and handle responses and communication?
Well, my faith has been very important. I'm a Christian. My church family has been like very important and very supportive. And also Mr. Franco has been most helpful. I think when you hear from him, you'll kind of get a sense from where I'm coming from.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I should say this, just in response to that, Mr. Franco went through something once. And I said, Dan, how were you able to deal with this? I don't know whether he remembers, but he said, Debo, remember this, no matter what happens to you, as long as your mind is intact, you can survive it. When he testifies, maybe he can say that. And then he also said, Debo, you have to be able to find a way to evaluate toxic clients. Some clients are just toxic. And sometimes, I know how to do this. There are times where I just decide I won't take on the job. And I think he can speak to that when he talks about that. And I think you can probably.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Rufino?
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I do have a couple questions real quick. The first one deals with the board's cost of this case, of your case. I think it was approximately $15,000. Do you intend to pay that, or have you made arrangements to pay for that? I'm wondering.
I'm hoping that the board will consider my situation and maybe give me a discount.
I can't hear it.
You go to the microphone, please.
I said, I'm hoping that the board will consider my situation and maybe give me a discount on that. But if I have to pay that, I'll make arrangements to pay it. I'll take responsibility for paying it. If the decision is for me to pay $15,000, I'll find it.
I believe that's the amount that it, Sorry about that. I just spilled coffee all over myself. Valuable lesson, don't bring coffee into the dais. I was gonna say that, that's okay. Thank you. I believe that was one of the stipulation on the disciplinary order back when you signed on the 18 and 2018, the 15,000 cost. But I got your answer. Another area that I want to, or another quick question that I want to ask you is, let me get to my notes full of coffee here. On your response, right, on your briefing that you submitted to us, you mentioned, okay, you mentioned the specific steps taken towards rehabilitation. And the number two, you listed 5 things to be exact.
Mhm.
The number 2 was that you acquire and read a book titled Ethics in Civil Engineering and Structural Engineering. Could you, if you were to talk to your mentees, which you have referenced numerous times that you love to mentor and so on and so forth, can you give maybe very briefly a main takeaway from that ethics in civil engineering? What's the main takeaway that you took, and how would you articulate it to your mentees or to anyone?
I actually thought that somebody would ask me this question. And so I printed out, because I have the book on my computer, I printed the table of contents. I approached you and give you the table of contents for the.
I don't really need the table of content, although I don't know, there's a process where you can
Okay.
give it. I'm just wanted to understand from you in your own words, the main takeaway. What was the main takeaway that you learned
Yes. So,
as a result of reading that book?
yeah, so I highlighted and I put an asterisk beside chapter 4, which is legal expectation of care in practice. And 4.1 is what is law? Civil, criminal, and ethical crimes. That was a very powerful section. And then there was one, construction regulations, planning and construction codes, ethical concerns with adopted codes. Then there was one had to do with licensing and engineering, standards of practice and conduct. And then what I call definition of standard of care. And that was, yeah, I mean, I knew what standard of care was, and then also talked about there are 4 case studies that were cited. So overall for me, I would say that what constitutes standard of care? Obviously, it's never been an issue of competence with me, but care also includes communication. And I think that has been the area that was most lacking when I was under pressure.
Okay. My next quick question is, and forgive me, I'm not an engineer, I'm a public member, so but you mentioned both orally and in writing that since the revocation of your license, you have done a lot of, you worked in several part-time roles. Permit coordinator, expediter, architectural designer, structural designer, bid estimator, construction project manager, and on and on. Any of this work require licensure?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And lastly, if I may ask, just for clarification, for my own clarification, the cover page that you submitted to us, it's page 6 on that I have in front of me, but that's the cover page, the petition for reinstatement of revoked license. I'm not sure if you have it in front of you.
I have, I know.
Yeah, it says in the bottom of the page to circle all that apply. And there's nothing circle whether, there's different areas, that it list. Criminal probation, parole, pending criminal action, and so on and so forth. Nothing is circled. I just want to make sure, that's accurate, that nothing shouldn't have been circled.
Yeah, correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Matheson.
I have no questions, but thank you for your package and your testimony.
Thank you. And Mr. Waldeck.
I have no questions, but I do want to dovetail back on Mr. Hartley. You know, everybody says a 20-person company is a small company. I mean, if you have one employee, that's one person that has to get fed before you get fed. And the big difference between being unemployed and owning your own company, when you're unemployed, you make $0. When you own your own company, you can make -dollars. So this is the first hearing I've been to, and I applaud all the questions that have been asked up to this point here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a short recess, 10 to 15 minutes. 10 minutes, so 11 o'clock. We still have a quorum. We're going to resume our hearing that we paused. We need to get, sir, will you please come back up to the table?
Thanks for letting us know. Thanks for letting us
Mr. Sodipo? Ms. Flynn, any further questions on behalf of the Attorney General's office?
I do, Your Honor.
On the record. Ms. Flynn, any further questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Sodipo,
Yes.
why was it that you did not have any business partners?
It wasn't by choice.
It was or was not?
I mean, I guess there wasn't really an avenue for just getting business partners, so to say.
Did you ever consider partnering up with someone to run your firm?
I thought about it, but it's not as there's really, it wasn't an avenue for just getting business partners like that.
Now, you mentioned that you would have an assistant if you went opened your own company again. Did I understand your testimony?
I said I'd hire a virtual assistant to help me. And,
I didn't hear what type of assistant?
oh, virtual assistant.
Virtual assistant.
Yes.
Have you ever considered getting an office manager or a business manager?
I had an office manager in Oakland when I was in Oakland.
What years did you have an office manager?
Between, I think, 2000, from 2002, I believe, to 2002 to 2007, I believe.
Then why was it that you chose not to continue to have a office manager or business manager?
I gradually cut down on staff based on revenues.
Do you know any accounting programs?
QuickBooks.
Did you use QuickBooks to run all the invoicing and accounting for your firm?
I actually had a bookkeeper who would come into the office like once every couple of weeks.
And moving forward, should you get your license restored and choose to open a company, what are your plans with having somebody such as an office manager or business manager?
If I grow to beyond 2 people, I mean, if it's just 2 people, I probably won't need that. But if I grow to beyond 2 people, I will likely have an office manager.
And do you still work with the same bookkeeper?
No, I don't. There's a CPA that I have that I work with.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Other board member questions?
Yes, I have a Michael Hartley for the record. Mic's on now? Okay. Michael Hartley. How important is it to you to restart your old company or form a new company? How important is it to you to be a business owner again?
I don't know that the importance is really being a business owner as much as the passion I have for civil and structural engineering.
Passion for?
Civil and structural engineering. So it's not in the, maybe, should I say, the ego of a business owner per se. Before I was driven by wanting to be able to do something that I had, being able to develop a 30 to 50% firm was the drive, the initial drive that would do buildings and bridges. But now it's a different type of focus, a different type of desire, different type of focus and a different desire.
Do you have job opportunities available to you from other companies?
Well, I had, for example, I went after a job opportunity. It was an assistant dean for facilities for Stanford Healthcare. Frankly, at some point I decided maybe I should be an employee that in a job that did not require licensure. And it turned out every time my name was Googled, it became a problem. So I realized that there was no point. I mean, I guess with the advent of the internet, when there's any board disciplinary action, and maybe it's good for those who still have licenses, they can check up their licenses and say they have this. But if you don't have a license and you're trying to get a job, it's almost like a dead sentence. You can't get a job.
So with a reinstatement of your license, if that was to occur, would that reopen opportunities for employment for you with other firms, do you think?
Absolutely.
I think that's all of my questions. As much as it is appropriate or not, I don't know. My advice as a business owner is surround yourself with really good people and think long and hard before you ever become a business owner again, because the pressures in California make it exceedingly difficult, and things have the flood will come, the storm will come, and think long and hard.
Thank you very much.
Any other board member questions?
I have one question. So I want to know how many, so we know about the 3 projects, but how many projects did you successfully did during these years? Like how many projects a year your firm was handling? And what amount of money was involved in the project in one certain year? Like how many projects did you do in 1 year?
What year are you referring to?
What's that?
Which year are you referring to?
Any year that you had your firm. Like what volume of work were you doing?
Well, it varied quite a bit. For example, the Cesar Chavez Education Center, that was a $30 million school. The fees for that job was, I think it was like close to $300,000.
So how many projects did you have a year? Like,
so my business model, I can't tell you that I would have a list of jobs. Maybe I had 30 jobs per year, 35 jobs.
Okay.
But the way, in terms of my business model, and Michael can probably relate to this. A small firm would have like some anchor projects for the year, some medium-sized projects, and a number of very small projects. For example, there are people who come, they want to have a building inspected, a building is being sold. So it was, for me, the key was how many anchor projects do I have per year?
Okay.
Do I have 2 anchor projects? Do I have 4 or 5 mid-sized projects? And do I have I could have 20, 24 really small projects. So it also has to do with how many engineers and how many draftspeople. Now, the practice of engineering has changed from when I had a business. When I first started as an engineer, I didn't do drafting. We had draftspeople would basically sketch and they would do the drafting. Now, engineers who are coming out of school, in fact, COVID has also changed how things work. You need to be able to work with people. So it's kind of hard to now go back and use the model of a few years ago is totally different now. The way I work now, because I'm at an expert level in terms of proficiency level with CAD, so I can actually do all the drafting that is required for a job that I need to do. I can also train engineers to do what they need to do. So that interaction for me, part of what I would really enjoy doing is basically have that person-to-person interaction where I train an engineer, here's what you're doing for me. Even they're going to work remotely, they can send what they're doing to me, but they understand I can do it, I can train them to do it.
So what I was getting at, you were able to finish those 35 projects per year successfully. There's only a handful of them that you were not able to do. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, that's the end of the question. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have some witnesses with you.
Yes,
Who's your first witness?
Mr. Dan Franco.
Franco, okay. Will you come forward, sir? Let's have you sit. No, because the question. Yeah, just sit in the back and we'll come to you.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Hello, sir. Could you state and spell your full name, please?
Daniel Stephen Franco,
And could you spell that?
Franko.
Okay. I'm going to put you under oath, sir. Okay?
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Sir, you were been sitting in the back during the whole testimony before, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay. The same rules apply to you. You have a microphone. Please make sure you talk into that microphone. We have a court reporter here too, so speak slowly and clearly so you can get everything down you say. If anyone stops to interrupt and says, repeat yourself, or can you say that again? We're just making sure we get a full record. Okay, sir? After you're done, Ms. Flynn can ask you questions if she wants to, and so can all the board members. All right?
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. I think the most efficient way to do this is just let you talk in the narrative. So we're still talking about the rehabilitation of the gentleman and want to know how you know him, how you've seen him the last 6-7 years, particularly, things like that. Okay? Understand?
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Well, I was an owner of a lot of commercial property in Oakland. And I was an auto dealer. I was a General Motors franchise dealer. And I had owned the property. And then I owned property a couple blocks away, all commercial. And it was during it was probably about 27, 28 years ago that I sold my franchise, but I kept all the property. And it was right around the time when we had the earthquake. I think it was in '89. And a lot of my buildings were not retrofitted. And I called in I met Debo through another retrofitter. And I went and seen him. And at the time, Oakland required all the commercial buildings to be retrofitted. And I had Debo look at the job and draw all the plans, and we retrofitted all my buildings. And that's how I first met Debo. And our relationship stayed the same. I worked on all of my property for about 10 years. And then I was also a real estate agent. And so I started doing work for other people. I only used my license, my contractor's license, for my own properties at the time. But I started doing projects for other people. And then I got Debo involved, and that's, I've always had a lot of luck with Debo. He's been a real good source for me. I've recommended a lot of people to Debo, done a lot of work with them. I understand Debo's problem. I think in 2007, if everybody remembers, countrywide mortgage went down, world savings went down. A lot of savings and loans went down for the no documentation loans that they were giving. And I'm sure a lot of those CEOs and business people were also overwhelmed. So I really defend Debo when he says he was overwhelmed. When you have 3 or 4 engineers working in your office, 3 or 4 draftsmen, you got receptionists, you got labor, you got a high rent, he's in a high rent district, and all of a sudden his volume goes from $200,000 or $300,000 a month to 0. You can't act fast enough. It's overwhelming. If anybody's been in business, they know. And I mean, that was a big crisis. And construction just totally stopped in 2007. And when you go from $200,000 or $300,000 in revenue a month to 0, and you got employees sitting in your office, what do you do with them? You know, you can't act fast enough to be overwhelmed. I mean, it is so overwhelming. And I think that's what happened to Debo. And it happened to a lot of people. But as far as Debo's credentials as an engineer, he's excellent. He's a hands-on guy. Every job that Debo's ever done for me, he's been out on the job, supervising it, showing me what to do. The guy's good. And he got in a debacle here, and to me, it doesn't seem really as serious as it looks on paper. I mean, but I guess it is. But I know that error and that timing on real estate, and a lot of people here probably are familiar with that. So, but other than his credentials as an engineer, I'm sure his resume shows that he's an excellent engineer. But as a person, Debo is a good family man. He's a really dedicated father. He's a good guy. If any of us were in a foxhole and we needed help, that's the guy you would want. He's solid. And I've known Debo for a long time, and he's a good man.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Flynn, any questions?
I do have a question. Good morning, Mr. Franco. So you were aware of Mr. Sodipo's financial problems,
Yes.
and did you personally help him out?
I did.
What did you do?
I can't remember. I think I put some money together for him.
And how do you feel about Mr. Sodipo not cooperating with the board when they performed their investigation?
I think Debo got depressed. And when I say depressed, I think Debo, when his business went down, he kind of went into depression. That's my own analysis. I'm not speaking for Debo. But, and I think things happen when you go into depression. No, that's the way I see it.
Do you think it was acceptable for Mr. Sodipo to collect money for work that he did not perform?
No, I don't think that's acceptable at all.
Were you aware of the basis?
But it's never happened to me.
You mentioned when you started talking that this is more serious than what you think it needs to be. I'm just paraphrasing. But were you aware that the accusation was filed against Mr. Sodipo based on 5 different projects, and some of them where he did not complete work, even though he?
Were those, were they all the same client?
No.
Well, I know one of the clients that he did work for.
Were you aware before today's hearing of the bases or the grounds for the accusation that was filed against Mr. Sodipo?
No, I wasn't. I knew that there was some, I actually didn't even read that.
Did you think that the only reason that the board strike that, was it your understanding that Mr. Sodipo agreed to have the board revoke his license was solely because he had not paid his renewal fees?
No, I knew that there was some other incidents also, but I never discussed it with them. I knew the time that he served, what he did, and it was based on some fees and some money transactions, but I have no clue of that.
Now, given all this time that you've known him, were you familiar with his office
Yes,
and how he ran his office?
yeah.
Would you consider him to be a control freak?
No,
And that's not a legal term.
I don't consider him to be a control freak.
So do you think it would have been beneficial for him to allow someone else, such as a business manager, to help him run his company when he was so overwhelmed?
Sometimes there's no help for companies. I mean, a company, I mean, you see companies all the time. I mean, Red Lobster, I love to eat Red Lobster. They closed 150 stores. You know, I'm sure they didn't pay a lot of people.
And you mentioned that what was happening in the economy in the year 2000 moving forward. Did you personally see Mr. Sodipo still trying to get his legs back out from under him and get his company running all the way up through 2015, 2016?
Yeah, I've stayed pretty close to Debo.
Was it as you sit here today, do you recall that he was still trying to get under or to recover from what had occurred in 2008 with the economy?
Yeah, I think once he walked away from the Oakland office, that it was, he worked from home. So,
You mentioned in your letter that you submitted in support of this petition hearing that you've hired him with your construction company. What's the name of your construction company?
Franco Construction Corporation?
And so are you actively running that company now?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Franco. I don't have any other
Okay.
questions.
you're welcome.
Any board questions? Mr. Hartley?
Michael Hartley. In testimony by Mr. Sadipo, he mentioned that he had a business mentor. Was that you?
Yes,
Does Mr. Sadipo still ask you for business advice?
yes.
If he told you he was going to restart his company, what advice would you give him?
Keep it small and be hands-on. Don't hire a lot of people. Do most of the work yourself. Don't create a monster overhead.
Have you discussed with him the option of him working for another engineering firm?
I don't think Debo would ever do that
Why is that?
because he's been offered jobs from the county and he's turned them down. He's had offers for jobs, such as you talk about. But Debo's good. He's a good business guy in the sense, like I'm building a house right now in Walnut Creek. And I met the architect one time. I never met the structural engineer. Everything's text, everything's on the phone or emailed. Even with the cities, you can't even walk in their offices. There's no more old-fashioned hands-on where the structural engineer comes down to the site, talks to the contractor, shows them different methods. Those days are gone. Debo has that quality. He's fantastic. Today, it's all email, it's all texting. You can't get them on the phone. You never hear from these guys. I mean, if anybody's built a house or done any remodeling and got a permit, you know how hard it is to get a permit today. But Devo's a natural people person that he can go out and he's hands-on. He shows people what to do and how to do it. And you can't find that old-fashioned help anymore. It's fantastic.
Yeah, lots of work used to get done over counters, right?
Yeah.
My concern and my line of questioning is really related to his prowess as an engineer and a people person, because I believe, I don't know if it was you who mentioned to him, be prepared when the flood comes, but a people person who's able to get work and get clientele and do the kinds of things that you're going to do means there will be another flood of work for Mr. Sadipo, and I'm concerned about how he will handle it. And so my line of questioning is related to his business practices more so than his engineering practices.
Yeah. He has good sense of business, but I'll tell you, you know, when you're running you know, he got a little high on himself too when things were really good. And then when the door shut, that was so quick. It happened in about a week. I don't know if you remember that one.
Cash flow, he mentioned.
I mean, it
believe
just went like this.
Yeah, cash flow, communication, I know is of a concern that he testified. Thank you for your responses. That's it for me for questions. Thank you.
Any other board members? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
I think we have one more witness. Is that right? You can come on forward. Morning, sir. Could you state your name, please?
My name is Ernie Olatunji,
And could you spell that out first and last for our reporter?
Ernie. Last name spells Olatunji.
Thank you, sir. So you were also in the room for the other two people's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so same rules apply to you. Make sure you're talking into the microphone like you are now. Thank you. Make sure you speak slowly and clearly for our court reporter and the board members. If anyone asks you to repeat yourself, they just want to make sure we get a cool record, okay?
Understood.
And we're having the same issue. We want to have you tell us what you know about Mr. Odipo, what you've seen the past 6-7 years, why you think he should get his license reinstated, okay?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Good morning, board members. This is my first time in a room like this. But I'll go back to the genesis of how I met Mr. Shodikwo. Perhaps you can hear from my accent that I didn't really grow up in this country. I came here from the United Kingdom. I've always aspired to emigrate from the UK to the States since like the mid-80s. And that dream came to fruition for the first time when I arrived in Los Angeles in the May of 1993. I came not knowing anybody, never been to the States, never been to North America. However, back at my university in the UK, I met somebody who had names of engineers. One of them happened to be in California. I made that call to that person, and his name is Chukwuma Umolu, a registered Chukwuma, Chuckma. And I told him my story. You know, I have a degree and a master's in civil engineering. I was looking to emigrate to the United States. And he said, Ernie, I'm just going out on my own, so I can't hire anyone, but I know somebody that can help you. That was my connection to Mr. Debo Shodikbo. I was on like a 3-week or so visit, and I remember calling him. He was in Oakland working for Ackland International at the time. And I was talking to the gentleman that accommodated me, saying, I'm going to Oakland to meet this guy. And he said, did they offer you a job? I didn't even know where Oakland was. I thought I could just get a cab. It turned out I had to get on a plane. I mean, I had funds for that. Debo met me for the first time at Oakland International Airport. I told him what I was going to be wearing. He had no business doing this. I don't know the details of the charges other than the facts I've heard today, and Mr. Shodikbo agreed and acknowledged all of them. But the humanity of Mr. Debo is bigger than this room. I have to tell you that. I told him what I was going to be wearing. He met me at the airport, took me from the airport. I remember the colors I was wearing. I was wearing a green, kind of green leafy shirt with green jeans. And he said, oh, you can stay with me. He took me to his house. This is going to be your room. In fact, I was floored. He took me to his office. In fact, I couldn't get work in the UK. That was the first time I was in an engineering office. Introduced me to all the people. His wife and himself took me out to dinner. I ended up staying with them for that weekend, for a weekend. It took me through the motions of, okay, this is how you become a registered engineer in California. Took me through the EIT stuff. And guess what? When I came back the following year, and he bought me books too. to write the EIT, I stayed with Deva the following year. And that's been the genesis of my friendship and him being a mentor, a counselor to me. He counseled me through, so I passed the EIT first time. Just if Deva mentors you on anything, you're good. You're good. So I passed the EIT. My first job, I came back in 96 to work. My first job was with Deva's company, where I was a vice president at the time. Deva counseled me through meeting members of the opposite sex, getting married, buying my first house in Oakland. The list goes on. So he's generous, he's kind. There may have been some things about maybe he's not good with money. No, he's not greedy. He's humble. He's a good business person. I went ahead, I did an MBA from Pepperdine University. He has a good business sense. I understand that maybe when he develops a company to a certain size, maybe he needs help in that area, but he has a good business sense. I'm currently a project manager. I handle, I have a ton of vendors that manage construction. And the first thing he mentioned, cash flow, I make sure all my small vendors are paid on time. Even when they don't submit invoice, I reach out to them to like, hey, are you guys not having cash flow problems? You want to get paid? So cash flow problems is not only for business owners, it's also a problem for employees. I owned a second property. I had to let it go in 2007 because guess what? I was highly leveraged. I wasn't in work. My tenants had left and I had to fix the property up to put it on the market again. And I couldn't do both. No job, no tenant income. Guess what? You let it go. So businesses go under every day. I think this board should look at Mr. Shodipo favorably and reinstate him. And him creating a business, he's already said in terms of working with clients, he will not commit those incidences again. I can stand here today and say his licenses won't expire again because I can afford to pay if he can for those licenses. So I guess to bring it home, in fact, he mentioned something at Allen Temple that he did with 2 kids that grew up to 35. I was part of those volunteers too. So and the company I worked with at Ackland, there were a number of engineers that became PEs because of Deva. In fact, I'm not a PE here today because in 2000, I moved into tech. I went to work in tech for 12 years. Otherwise, I keep looking back regretfully that if I stayed with Deva and moved with him, I would have been a licensed engineer today, which I haven't given up. Hopefully, this board will look at Deva favorably, and I will make sure definitely he's the one signing my reference. Yes, the guy, this blemish I hear today takes nothing away from how the high esteem I see Deva. There's no, in my, the incidences are egregious as it comes to the ethics code and the board. In fact, Deva was saying he was, ignorance is no excuse in front of the law, and maybe he had a blind side about the consequences of signing a drawing whilst the license has expired. I remember taking the P in 2000. I don't recall reading that portion in the code. So it's possible people are passing the PEs today. They don't know about this incident other than you bringing it to the limelight today. So for me, this today's session has been a lesson for me, has been school, and I'm sure other people will be learning from this too. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Flynn?
Thank you for that testimony, Mr.
Sunji.
Olafunji. That was very eloquent, and you took almost all my questions away. Do you agree that licensure is important?
I'm still studying for the P. Yes, it is. Very important. I mean, for a number of reasons, safety. I mean, we see buildings fall down in other places. We definitely want to have a license going forward. Yes. And I agree with Mr. Wayne Chung's public testimony this morning that perhaps there are things that the board can look at in reducing the backlog, as well as making it easy for other aspiring engineers to come into the fold.
In all the years that you've known Mr. Sodipo and he has mentored you and helped you, did you ever get a sense from him that he thought that licensure or keeping his license in good standing was not important?
Never.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Thank you, board.
Any board member questions? Dr. Amistad?
Turn this on. Oh, great, thank you. So if you were to look up to Mr. Debo and tell him, look, the board's going to give you a second chance. And we all believe in second chances in this country. Everybody should be given a second chance. What would you advise him, number one, to ensure that he does not lapse in a renewal of his fees? And number two, what would you advise him to do to rehabilitate himself, not within his own sphere of friends, but outside in the community? He did mention that he wanted to be a mentor to other young aspiring engineers. What would you also advise him to do as a good friend of his?
I have a PMP certification. Because of what's going on today, that PMP certification expired sometime last year. You're hit with different fees. I just paid one. I didn't know one had to do with the license. Anyway, kind of, you blow it away. So they took the thing away, and I had to go through motions. They said I had to take the test. I was like, no way. I remember how tough that test was. So I was able to make my case and get it back. To answer your question, I would advise Debo to set a calendar, not one calendar, multiple calendar reminders yearly that would remind you that this thing is coming up for renewal, which is what I did. So leverage electronics, leverage today's technology.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Ms. Wong?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm just curious, were you aware of Mr. Shoulderball's criminal charges and all the legal troubles that he experienced in the last few years?
Not the details, just that his license had been somewhat affected. I didn't even know revoked, but yeah, his license to practice had been impacted, which meant that he couldn't sign drawings, which meant he couldn't maybe own a business to sell that services.
So today you had the opportunity to hear more details about what happened. So does that affect how you view Mr. Shoulderball's legal and ethical practice as an engineer?
No, I think Dan Franco maybe captured something that the board, I can't see the board member's name over there.
Mr. Rufino?
Sitting to the right, two away from the judge.
Oh, Mr. Brooks.
Yeah,
Ms. Brooks.
Dan Franco mentioned depression. Mr. Brooks mentioned mental health. So maybe there were some things going on there, but it does not take away from the person I know, and I continue to know and continue to have association with, and will continue to have association with.
Thank you very much.
Any other board members? Ms. Flynn?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, board.
Mr. Shudipo, would you come back up here, please? Any other witnesses?
Not here today.
Okay. Then all we have left is for both sides, if you want to give just a closing summary, just a short summary, you're free to do so. So go ahead, sir.
One more time, I wanted to be able to thank every single member of the board for patiently listening to me and not cutting me short, for allowing me to be able to express myself. And I thank you for your questions and also for the comments, particularly by Mr. Michael Hartley. I felt some type of connection. Kind of hard to explain the connection with him. Thank all of you. As I listened to Ms. Brooks, I actually worked with an engineer called Raymond Brooks. I was going to ask, are you Raymond Brooks' daughter? No, okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay, all right. But I thank all of you for the way in which you have listened and even for your facial expressions and for the heartfelt questions. I thank the Deputy Attorney General. I want you all to say that I am fully remorseful. The question keeps coming up, how could you not have paid? I think it's easier to ask that question today. But for me, it is that when I keep saying the same thing, I never thought it was a problem. For me, it was like, well, I'll pay. And when I paid, it's okay. So today I know, even when Ernie said, well, I'll pay if you can't pay. It can't be that I can't pay it. Obviously, if I have to pay for 20 years forward, now I'll pay that today, the fees. It's not an issue of, in signing a drawing, if I got my license back, I have to have a stamp that says expires on this date. I would be absolutely foolish if it says expires November 2024. Why would I sign? That actually is the crime. Why would I sign? That would never happen. I wouldn't sign something that has expired. So I just want to say that I am fully remorseful. And in terms of business practices, I would hopefully, hopefully I'm not saying something that's out of turn. It'd be nice for me to be able to actually engage Mr. Hartley in conversation someday about running a company. I would like to be able to hear from him. And I hope it's not that I'm trying to be, like buy a favor from one member of the panel, not at all. But I thank all of you, and I want to be able to assure you that the good that will come out of my licenses being restored will be way more than just for me, but for all those engineers that will be mentored. And not just that, at church, one thing I didn't mention, I chose not to really mention it, at Allen Temple Baptist Church, over a 7-8 year period, I offered services for free that I did not charge for. One of the ones I'm proud of is the stage is like 100-year-old church, completely redesigned the stage, did all the permitting, worked with volunteers to have that stage completely reconfigured. They also had accessibility changes to their bathrooms, and I did everything that was required in terms of design, in terms of following up with permitting, and for campus map. So I'd like to be able to continue to provide services to churches, and I've done this for at least 4 churches without accepting a dime for my services. So you allow me to operate will be it's more than money for me at this point. I don't need to buy another house. I live in a house. I've lived in the same house for 29 years. I have just one child. My son has graduated from college. I don't need to pay school fees. So I have a different type of, I won't call it pressure, but my parents have passed away. It has to do with quality of life and being able to gain satisfaction from impacting lives and also putting smiles on people's faces. As I told Ernie, I said, we have one bit of unfinished business. I would like to see him take the PE in April next year. And he is the one unfinished business from all the engineers I've mentored in the past because of the long break it took from getting into tech. So I just want to appeal to you, and I don't know how else to appeal to you that I am 100% remorseful. I would love to be able to get my licenses back. If I can get a letter from you next week, it would be the best Christmas present of my 63 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any closing remarks on behalf of the people?
Yes. Thank you. Business and Professions Code, Section 6710.1 states that the protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the board in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. The burden is on the petitioner to establish that he should have the relief sought. Further, the burden of proof is on Mr. Sodipo to show that he is rehabilitated. Petitioner's appearance today has shown that he takes his revocation and licensure seriously. Petitioner has also shown that he is a competent engineer. The people's concerns are that he may not be competent to run a company, especially if the company becomes large. Should his licenses be reinstated, the board should consider placing restriction on Mr. Sodipo, ownership of a business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. Okay, that concludes the petition hearing in this matter. The record is now closed. The case is submitted and we will go off the record. Thank you, sir. Don't leave just yet. I think we need a lot of spellings for our court reporter. You want us to come over to you, sir, or? Okay. Stay tight so we can get some spellings, but that's it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Weisel. So we will be going into closed session and to deliberate the decision for this hearing. And let's agree on a time, for the open sessions. So I am thinking about, we can, how about 2 or 2:30? Or 2:15, because we can open earlier. Yes. Yes. So 2 or 2:30. So we will try to get. Exactly, but not earlier.
Might I suggest, if I understand what 2 of you were saying, that we reconvene from closed session in 30 minutes?
No, we're not going to set a time. So what we're going to do is that we will go into closed session, deliberate this particular case, go for lunch, a short lunch, and then come back and deliberate the rest of the closed sessions. And then we open. So, correct? So, yes, Rick?
So for your consideration, we only have virtual public participation tomorrow. At 5, we're at the, how long 5, if at all. Want to consider definitely this matter being taken care of in closed session sooner rather than later. But if you end up having anything that you're concerned that may go into tomorrow, I would recommend normal closed session. Try to get through open session this afternoon.
Is there some reason why we can go into closed session twice, can we not? So why don't we discuss this matter, come back after lunch for open session, and then go into closed session for other matters?
After you're done.
Right.
That's what Rick said.
He just said it more succinctly than I was able to.
So it means that, we will be in closed session for this matter, break for lunch and come back, open session, and then go from there.
You just need to name a time. Come back for open session. This matter and lunch. You cannot meet before that. Start before that. You can start after.
So in this 1 o'clock?
It's, well, it, 1:30?
Come back at 1:30. Yeah, but we say 1:30.
Exactly. We can start earlier. No, we can start later, but not earlier.
So 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. I'm hearing 1 o'clock, 1:15. Board members, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Okay, 1 o'clock is. So we will yes. Yes.
No, not necessarily. Earliest.
That's the earliest that we could start. Yes. That's why we need Toby here. So we will resume. We're scheduled to resume at 1 p.m. for the open session. Not earlier than 1 p.m. Thank you. So the time is 1:30. We are ready to begin our next section of the board meeting, and we return from our closed session to talk about that disciplinary hearing. So I guess the next agenda item is administration and to talk about the budget report and this. And so Rick, you're up. Don Hall, yes. Yay, Don, welcome. Please come and share with us the budget report.
All right, good afternoon. The financial report is in the board materials beginning on page 18 with the revenue statement. There's no changes over the projections from the last board meeting, the materials published in the last board meeting. We are happy to report that through FM4, we're ahead of the like period, which was fiscal year 22-23. Expenses are on page 19. Again, there's no real changes to the overall expense projections. At this point in time, it's still early in the year. We're not making any major adjustments there. The fund condition is on page 20. There is an adjustment there for the prior year. The beginning balance was adjusted, and that had a positive impact on the overall fund balance and the months in reserve. And does anybody have any questions on that portion of the financial report?
Any question, board members? I know, right? So I like to commend for the fact that the fund reserve is looking really good now. It's looking better, for the fiscal year 25 to 26. And I want to thank Don and the staff to really keep an eye on our budget. And so now we can like, yes, great. So thank you. All right. So, yes, go ahead.
Beginning on page 22, we have revised the fiscal impact and workload tables that were included in the fee increase to support the proposed fees for the regulations package. And also that reflects the actual costs for the last fiscal year, which at the time that we published the fee analysis, we didn't have the full actual figures for FM13. Does anyone have any questions about that?
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Betsy.
Thank you for the definitions of the abbreviations in the footnotes. Where do subject matter experts fit into these tables?
The expenses for subject matter experts?
Yeah.
Would that be for the examination development or
Yep.
for, that would be on page 22 and that would be in additional costs?
Okay. Because all the others were people, I was hoping to see the costs of them as people, but I'm glad that it's in there. Thank you.
I would add that while they are people, financially speaking, they're contracts. So that's why we do that way.
Thanks for the clarification. Any questions from the board members? No, okay. Hold on. Yes.
What is the proposed fee for the license renewal? Do you know that?
Yes, the proposed fee for license renewals is going from 180 to 250.
Thank you.
So this is a follow-up for the, from the last board meeting, to talk about having supporting documentation.
From the August
Yes.
meeting?
Yeah, not the last, but from the previous board meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So public comments in regarding the fiscal year budget report and also the status update to fee change? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, so we're going to go to WebEx to see our moderator if there's any public comments on WebEx.
We are open for public comment on agenda item 6, both A and B. If you'd like to make a comment from our online crowd, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of your screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand. And as a reminder to our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you. So we will move to the next agenda item, and that's enforcement. And so the enforcement statistics report, and I believe is Brooke.
Hello.
The other.
Is it's on, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the other is better, but yes.
Is this one on?
Yep.
Okay,
Welcome, Brooke.
thank you. So I think you all have the enforcement stats. I don't really have anything to highlight. I think that things are looking good. If you look at, sorry, I don't know what page number.
That one is 31.
The older cases, we're kind of bringing those down a little bit. And the newer cases as well, we do have a little work to do in the middle. But overall, I'm thinking things look pretty good. Does anybody have questions?
So board members, any questions for Brooke? Betsy? Betsy, can you speak in the microphone?
I'm sorry. I love the pie chart on page 32 where we can see the proportions of closed cases, citations, and further disciplinary actions. And the markedly smaller proportion of closed cases intrigues me, particularly because I believe I recall that with Connect, we're getting a lot more getting more cases that have less to do with the areas of practice that we oversee. So I'm surprised to see the proportion of closed cases shrinking. But if there's no reason for it, we'll just keep an eye on it.
Well, if the cases aren't within our jurisdiction, we're closing them at intake. They're not ever going onto the stats.
Okay, that makes sense.
Any other questions or comments? Kobe, microphone, please.
So you're getting more cases because of the system, but a lot of them, there's nothing we can do with them.
Right. There are more consumer complaints for sure with Connect. But if there's nothing we can do, we're not going to actually open them into an enforcement case.
Right. Okay.
Well,
So that's, okay, same chart. So obviously, if you're not taking that into account or you're eliminating them before they even become a stat, if we're saying that there's a lot of new cases that don't apply in this scenario, you're also, I'm assuming that the site went up because of that partially, but the percentage of sites went up to 40%, like up to now in this year. Is that also happening because you're getting better information with the Connect system when somebody files a complaint?
We're just closing a lot of cases to citation. That just seems to be a trend right now. I don't know what is causing that, but.
Go ahead.
Does that also contribute to, and I said something about this at the last meeting, the two charts on 33 on the following page that show somewhat dramatic increase in average days between date of issuance citation becomes final, and then the one to the right of that between complaint investigation and date citation becomes final. Can you explain again why we see such a big increase in those?
We've had a few
time.
cases that have just taken a long time. We had a large grouping of related citations that took a long time to get through the process. Because those took a long time, they just increased the number of days. And likewise with the oh, you're just looking all at.
Yeah, so
right?
I guess, yeah, you now reminded me. I guess now when you've got a bunch of old ones that finally do get closed or become final, then
yes,
because they're now final and they get those longer ones now get added into the average.
Exactly.
Okay.
They now become a statistic.
Indeed.
No pun intended, right, Mike?
So if I may.
Yes, please.
This is Rick over here behind all the monitors. There's been use of the term cases quite often, but there's really complaints and cases. So what comes in through Connect are we're receiving more complaints. And as Brooke is explaining, a lot of times those are not pertinent to our board and pertinent to our board purposes. So they may not even become cases at that point, right, Brooke?
Exactly.
Right.
I had a quick question for Brooke. Great job for that report. I was just curious because I never could figure out what percentage from the whole state of California, where did most of the complaints originate? Do we have like numbers from the Southern California region versus Northern Cal versus Central Valley, Sacramento? I'm just curious what percentages of complaints originate from these parts of the state.
It's not something we've ever tracked.
Okay. Rick?
We
do you
don't,
know?
we don't look at complaints in a spatial sense geographically or anything like that. Sometimes we'll notice trends,
Mhm.
maybe related to a certain area or project or
Right.
something that's going on, but we don't track it by that way. To us, it's the entire state regardless.
I see. Okay. I was just curious if you had, geographic numbers.
Thank you. And,
Go ahead.
Cliff.
The,
Yes.
so could you give us a few examples of, I mean, if somebody gets a bad haircut and we end up, I mean, some of these complaints that come in that aren't ours, are they for architects or hair cutters or?
We see some very random complaints come in. I don't know that I could give any examples off the top of my head, but they do take a little bit of staff's time to respond and let people know that it's outside of our jurisdiction.
Like, I could see like a complaint against a contractor or something like that could come through because they dug up the wrong stuff and they got onto our site and they thought it was the right place to be as opposed to the contractor's licensing board. Is that like the type of stuff that comes up, or I'm just trying to get my arms around, like, how do we end up with any bad stuff at all?
Yes, they might be something that should have just gone to another board, but at the same time, we might receive a complaint about something that a engineer or land surveyor geologist has done that is completely outside of our jurisdiction, and simply because they're licensed, people want to bring that to our attention.
Yeah, I'll add to that. Sometimes we receive complaints that are more of an employer-employment type situation. And we as a board, it may involve engineers, surveyors, and geologists, but we as a board are not involved in an employee-employer relationship type situation. So sometimes we'll receive something like that.
Good question. So any other comments from the board members?
Just one more question. So it seems like in November of this year, the team completed looks like pretty much double the average of complaint investigations. Would you say that was due to any change in process or improvement in process, or was it just the nature of the complaints being easier to sort through there?
I can't say for sure. I am seeing a trend of more cases being closed.
Okay, yeah, it's a good trend. Thank you.
All right. Any more comments from the board? Okay, let's do public comments. So any public comments here in the meeting room? Seeing none. So moderator, would you please open WebEx to see any public comments?
We are open for public comment via WebEx for agenda item 7. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you. So Rick.
Christine?
Thank you, Brooke. Yes.
Thanks, Brooke. Appreciate it. Christina, we'd like to go back to page 22.
Okay.
Which was the status update to the fee change rulemaking proposal.
Yes.
This information was actually presented to you before in the August meeting when you as a board approved moving forward with the fee change and a rulemaking. Excuse me?
I'm lost. What page?
22.
22.
22. So this is the background charts behind where we came up with our recommended fees for you to make your decision on in August. As Don mentioned, since we were able to acquire more information since then, and Don has been working very closely with DCA budgets on this, we're always wanting to make sure we have sufficient information to move forward to rulemaking so we don't have a hiccup along the way. So since this was included in the prior information where you guys took action, we would also like, even though this doesn't change our recommendation or change the fee that you approved, we would like you to take action to approve this so that it shows and demonstrates that we can document that you guys understood, heard this, and approved it. So if you could take action on that.
Sounds good. So do I have a motion to approve, the information's included in the status update to fee change for the rulemaking proposal?
So it's pages 22 through 25.
Yes, 22, 23, 24, and 25. So approve those tables information?
So moved.
Thank you, Betsy. Do I have a second? Rosanna, second. Any discussion regarding the motion? For the board member? Public? Yes, Carl? Not Carl, I'm so sorry, Alan.
Actually, Christine?
Yes.
I'm being advised, why don't you just stop on the motion right now? It's just an update, so you don't need to take a motion.
We do not have to,
No.
okay, my misunderstanding.
No,
So,
I would say my misunderstanding too.
okay, so what we're doing now, so do we approve it?
You're not taking a motion. It was just an update.
Perfect, thank you.
No problem.
So we do not need to, would you like to withdraw the motion?
Motion withdrawn.
Thank you, Betsy. Wonderful. I still need public comment. Okay, I'll open up for public comment. Alan?
So Alan Escarda, representing professional engineers in California government. I just wanted to make a comment. I know that the mission of the board here is to peg your costs for your licenses and renewals based on the amount of tests and renewal fees. And that I heard in the past that renewals were subsidizing the tests because I'm paraphrasing, I don't know if I have it exactly right, because if you're a younger person trying to get into the business, you probably can't afford as much as you can for renewals. But I was just and I agree with that personally. And I'm support the cost increase. I believe I said that before at the August meeting, but I'm just trying to understand how much we are subsidizing, because I'm looking on page 22 here, and this is the justification for the exams, I guess, for the PE and the LS and geologists to increase it to 250. And at the bottom, it says subsidized amount. Is that coming from the renewal fees? I'm not sure how this, just to be transparent so I understand it. Thank you.
Rick, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, I'm going to try to answer that for you. So the only other area of revenue that can come from is license renewal fees. So the subsidized amount technically is coming from our budget, but it's the revenue that derives that budget is primarily coming from license renewal fees. So I wouldn't say it's directly, but it's part of that whole budget revenue, the whole revenue in the budget. Does that help?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Any other public comments? Seeing none here in the meeting room, so let's open WebEx for any comments regarding the charts.
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment on agenda item 7, now's the second opportunity. Please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, please. Thank you. So we're on item number 8, examination and licensing. So Rick, are you on? Hello, Larry. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Larry Carest. I'm the examinations manager here at the board. And I wanted to fill you in on a couple of things I have for you this afternoon. I wanted to start just by saying that the fall 2014 examinations have now, the administration has concluded. So the only exams we have going on now are the civils that go year round. So now we'll just gather the information we have, the scores, and by the next board meeting, we hope to have all of the stats for not just fall, but for all of 2024 that we'll be able to present to you. Also wanted to comment here on a couple of items that you have, it looks like on page 52 and 53, which look the same. What this is the cover page for the land surveyor examination test specs that were approved by the board earlier this year. And the reason that I'm bringing this to your attention today is because we had just recently noticed that on domain 5 and domain 6, the percentages were incorrectly placed on them. On the original one that was approved by the board, it has the domain 5 mapping and preparation at 12% and professional consulting at 16%. And it actually should have been mapping and document preparation at 16% and professional consulting at 12%. But what we also found out as we looked over this is that these incorrect percentages were only on the cover page that was presented at that board meeting. The actual test specs themselves were correct. And what we have on our website and what we have had on our website for the test specs has always been correct. So the only thing that got switched is just these percentages on the cover page. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention that if it comes up or if you notice that it was different in the materials from that previous board meeting, that the specs that were approved were correct. So I wanted to present that to you too, and see if you had any questions about any of that.
Any questions?
That's what I'm sorry?
Thank you.
I do have a question for
Yes.
Larry. So Larry, just to clarify from my own sake, the actual specifications that the board approved and reviewed previously were correct. It was just a typo on the cover page. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And it's the typo on this agenda,
The
on this one, on this cover page, but not like
just on the cover page itself, yeah. Just that one document.
just one document. Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Any question, anything else for Larry?
And I also wanted to present to you the test specs. Speaking of test specs, this one is for the professional geologist, certified engineering geologist test plan, the CEG. As I'm sure you're aware, this year we've been going through our occupational analyses. And each board meeting I've had a new program, pretty much every board meeting a new program to present to you. And we're near the end. We have 9 programs and this is the 7th. So we're close, but this is the one for our CEG examination. And it has the new test specs that we have listed here, and also the changes that have happened to the test specs are also included. So if you have any questions, I am open for questions. Otherwise, we are looking for an approval on the test specs.
Board members, Betsy, and then Cliff.
Thank you for including the red line strikeout version. Makes it easy. I would like to move approval of the Certified Engineering Geologist Exam Test Plan.
A motion's on the table. Second? Toby. Okay, so we have a first and a second. And Cliff?
Is a certified engineering geologist a engineer first or a geologist first?
Well, they have to be a professional geologist in order to qualify for a CEG.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Good question from a public member.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to comment on here. No one has ever asked that question that I can ever remember. That was a great question.
Yeah.
Which one does this apply to?
So, just not on that record, I asked Betsy last night. Just a personal question, so. Yes.
Or
Microphone.
admit it to me, they wanted to ask.
Thankfully, no. Continental drift did not appear in this test plan.
Wonderful. So test plan, any question for Larry or from the board member? We have a motion on the table. Let me ask public comment and, and then we can vote. So any public comments here in the meeting room? Seeing none. All right, so yes, oh, that's not a raised hand. Okay, so WebEx. So moderator, would you please open for public comments?
We are open for public comment via WebEx on agenda item 8. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3. This also applies to the motion. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment via WebEx, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. So we're ready to vote. So Selena?
President Wong,
Yes.
Vice President Martinez,
Yes.
Dr. Amistad.
Yes.
Dr. Asghari.
Yes.
Ms. Brooks.
Yes.
Ms. D'Antonio.
Yes.
Mr. Hartley.
Yes.
Mr. King.
Yes.
Ms. Matheson.
Yes.
Mr. Rufino.
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yes.
And Mr. Waldeck. Motion carried.
Thank you. So it's adopted. Thank you very much. And thank you so much, Larry. So we're going to go back to the discussion on the NCEES and state examination relating to Engineers Council UK MRA.
Yeah, join me. I don't get to sit with you that often anyhow. We rarely see each other.
Yeah.
So it's always a treat.
That's
Larry's in the office days, I'm not. Before we move on to the item on page 37, which is the discussion of the exams related to the UK MRA, I do want to bring to the board's attention a situation that we had here since the last board meeting. So some background. With our, we've always done this actually, but with our Connect system, this primarily applies to civil engineers, people taking the civil engineer state exams. They can take it once per quarter, each of those exams once per quarter, based on their fee and their approval to do that. If we have usually three statuses, they either pass the exam, or they fail the exam, or they no-show the exam. Historically, this board has always notified approved applicants who were approved to sit for the exam and who no-showed, despite the fact that they know they no-showed. We've always notified them. It used to be by paper. Now we do it through Connect. So every so often, in this case with the civil engineers, around quarterly, we provide Prometric with a list of the people that are eligible to sit for exams so that they can, through Connect, they can upload it through Connect so notifications are sent out for the no-shows. the pass and fails automatically get sent out as receive the exam results, but the no-shows don't. And since we have to provide that information to these people, we have a process where it's a two-way process between the board and Prometric. Well, what happened is that was done, and in the early morning hours of November 12th, the notification went out through Connect. It was uploaded by Prometric into the Connect system. However, this time, instead of just going out to the people who legitimately no-showed, it went out to many thousands of people who legitimately had previously passed or failed. And all this before we really released any other results or anything. So consequently, by 8 o'clock, we were getting calls and emails and everything else you possibly can imagine. So what we did is by 9 o'clock, we had a message put up on the login page for Connect. Hey, disregard this inadvertently sent out message. We're working on making sure it's corrected in the system. If you have any questions, here's who to contact. So that was done by 9 o'clock that day. Within the next, and it was put on our website and put out there. But we always try to get it on the Connect login page because people save that and they don't go to our webpage. So we worked with the developers and Prometric. How do we correct this? We wanted to make sure their records showed that they did not fail to no-show, even though some of them were now licensed in the last few years. So we had over a series of a couple of weeks, we replaced the inadvertent incorrect with the correct ones that they previously had and made everybody whole again. But it did cause a lot of concern on the part of all these people who were waiting for exam results. And we totally understood that. We totally sympathized with that. But just wanted to let you all know what happened, what we did. A lot of concerns were expressed. Fortunately, this had nothing to do with the exam results because in almost all the cases, Larry's crew hadn't even received a recommended passing threshold for any of the exams yet. So it was completely, totally separate process. And since then, all the exam results have come out. They've all been distributed. And we are working with our people at the system with Connect and everything to make sure that no-show results cannot overwrite past results or fail results from prior. But I just wanted to alert you all to that, just in case you hear about it. Some of you are licensees in the market, so you may hear about it. It was just our state exams. It had nothing to do with national exams. Right, correct? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So any advice for that batch of the examinees?
Any
advice for that, for those
Well,
examinees? who got
actually,
their
what happened is
notification?
within a couple of days, Prometric sent an email out directly to every single person, explaining the situation, that it will be corrected. So it really stemmed the tide of people contacting us. But we totally understood the confusion. We really did, as you can imagine.
Betsy?
I lost track. Was that a Prometric error or a Connect error?
Well, if you want to point fingers. And notice I'm giving you a nice pause there. It was Prometric made the mistake and apologized for it. Yeah. So
Any other?
we're just implementing systematic roadblocks to prevent any kind of human error from that happening again in our minds.
So it's been rectified.
Yes.
So that's the most important thing. This is just an FYI. Good. Any other comments for Rick regarding the little error situation? No? Okay, not for the board members.
I would ask public comment for that, and just in case we have any
Yes.
callers, especially online, that we're not seeing in the room here, that may have concerns and want to express that.
Absolutely. That's my next step. So we'll open the public comments in the meeting room here. Any public comments here? All right, seeing none. So moderator, would you please open WebEx to see if there are any public comments in regarding this issue?
We are now open for public comment on agenda item 8. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted you to be aware of all this.
Yes, and this is good, good opportunity to really
You
give
know,
information out.
Dawn and the Agile staff, they, like I said, within 2 hours, they had a message up on the login page. So we very much appreciated that. That helped out a lot. So, starting on page 37. So if you all recall, previously this year, I believe it was the March board meeting, this board approved participating in the United Kingdom, Engineering Council United Kingdom mutual recognition agreement for licensure. That is the agreements between NCWS and the United Engineering Council United Kingdom. So we now have the next step for us as a board and what we need to decide moving forward. Ultimately, as a board, we need to do two things. We need to make sure that our statutes supported any further actions by the board and how they want to establish this, which we did in our sunset committee, in our bill, in our sunset bill, and that will become effective January 1st. So I didn't want to wait any longer. I wanted to bring forward the next step for you guys to decide. The next step before we ultimately move forward to rulemaking, if we move forward to rulemaking, is for you as a board to decide which exam or exams that you will allow to be waived as it relates to this MRA and this pathway, just this pathway towards licensure in California. So and I also included again, the following the write-up beginning on page 37, I also included the MRA language again too. So you can see in the MRA language, part of the agreement is any engineer, chartered engineer that's licensed by the Engineering Council in the UK that obtains an international PE designation over and above that chartered engineer status can apply to a participating board in the United States and does not have to demonstrate passing the fundamentals in engineering or the principles of practice in engineering exams provided by NCWS. So for this board to participate, you would have to make that distinction. You have to decide that you can do that and you'll provide an equitable pathway for them to do that. So the first decision this board needs to do before we ever move forward in rulemaking is to decide those exams. So starting on page 37, I'm starting with the fundamentals of engineering. So fundamentals of engineering, this board has had provisions in rulemaking for many years for different conditions on how you can waive the fundamentals of engineering exam. It's board rule 438A for engineers and B for surveyors. So we're only talking about the A section, various different ways in which they can do it. If you look at the requirements that for engineer, a chartered engineer from UK to meet to become an international PE, and it's in the MRA, it far exceeds our requirements for licensure here in California. Minimum master's degree, minimum of 7 years of experience. Likely, these people will meet one of the conditions we already have under our waiver, but as staff, we're like, we want to make this clear, and we want to make sure that there's not a situation that may come in that would prevent that from happening or would not be clear. We want to make sure things are clear. So we're recommending that if we move forward with rulemaking on this, that we establish an additional condition under the current waiver for the fundamentals of engineering pertinent to this. Whatever that language will be, that's something you're all going to discuss later on, not at this meeting. But you would have to agree that we could establish a pathway for them to waive the fundamentals of engineering exam towards this. So the staff recommendation is for the board to approve a waiver of the NCWS fundamentals of engineering exam for applicants who will qualify under the UK MRA agreement. And then we will come forward in the future with rulemaking, recommended rulemaking language for that. Any questions? Any comments?
Any questions, board member? So the motion of. Yes.
Your microphone.
Microphone, Kobe, please.
As I like to say, I make the recommended motion on page 37.
Chris, is that okay? Okay, all right, good. So we have, Kobe made the motion and Rosanna second. And Cliff?
Just take a step back here. Does UK include all the Commonwealth, or if I'm in New Zealand, can I get a UK engineer's license, or do you have any sense of that?
Well, I can answer that a couple different ways. My understanding is the UK proper does not include New Zealand. I don't know for sure. But as far as the Engineering Council, I don't think they limit their chartered engineers, so to speak, from only being in the UK. My understanding is there are thousands of chartered engineers. But as you'll see in these pages, there's only a few hundred that actually have reached out to international PE, additional standing. So whether they're located in the United Kingdom or elsewhere in the world, I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you?
Ali?
So getting a PE, you can practice in 5 different branches. You can have a structure, you can have geotechnical, transportation, water, and I think environment. So I'm going to only talk about the structure. The only thing that I'm concerned about is, so the engineering for the structure, you learn some basic of the physics and mechanic in the school, which how things are work. But when you come to work, there are a lot of regulation. So when you want to build a building, the way it works is you have a international building code, which is like 1,000 page of regulation, and California has its amendment. And then that one also reference to several different codes, like loading code, which is ASC 7. And then the concrete code is American Concrete Institute codes. Steel is the same, wood is the same. So these codes and regulation, which is like, it's a lot of law, is completely different than what they have in the UK. And then the law of the land is this regulation. Like if you want to build a building in the, California, you have to comply with these codes and regulation. So, and England has its own, all of them, they have their own concrete code, set of code. They have all, probably, I'm not very familiar with their code. I know the concrete is very different than what we practice here. That one I know, but the other ones, how familiar, how much is it, like us, or how much is not. The whole engineering part of it is the same, but the code and regulation, which is a lot, is very complicated. So now a person that wants to from UK comes and practice here without any familiarity with this code and regulation, and wants to comply with this code and regulation, you know, it takes 1 or 2 years at least to read this code and regulation, you know, at least make familiarize. And the exam does not directly, it has some references to in code and regulation, but not to the detail. A structural exam is completely, more than 50% of it is code and regulation. PE exam to a degree refers to them. So like Kobe that made the motion. So if somebody in UK wants to come, and I'm pretty sure that if somebody wants to practice law here, there are a lot of code and regulation here. So if somebody wants from UK to come here and practice law here the first day, can they do it or not? So the regulation is totally different, isn't it? The code is.
So
totally-
Ollie, I don't mean to interrupt you, but for the sake of not having you have to repeat this,
Okay.
I think you're making very pertinent comments when we get to the PE exam discussion, not the FE.
Okay.
This is about the FE.
Oh, just the EIT.
This is the FE
Oh,
at this
okay,
point.
sorry about that.
I think your information is very vital to be
Okay.
discussed.
Okay.
But right now, and I think you bring up a good point, is the current requirements in California for someone to get an engineering training certificate, in addition to passing the fundamentals of engineering exam, is 3 years of engineering experience or 3 years of engineering education, or any combination of those two totaling 3 years. And these self-attest to that. We don't verify any of that.
Okay.
So what we're comparing is someone that has 3 years of engineering education or engineering experience to someone who's already licensed in the UK, has a master's degree, equivalent of a master's degree, and 7 years of professional engineering experience. So I think for the sake of this discussion for the FE.
Okay. Sorry
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah,
So I leave the rest of discussion when we talk about the PE.
I hope to hear it too.
Wonderful. So we have a motion on the table. Any more discussion from the board member? Seeing none. Public comments in the meeting room here? Okay. No hands, no motion. All right. So WebEx, moderator, would you please open up WebEx to see if
We-
there are any comments?
Absolutely. We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you. So, yes,
Okay,
Ray-
so I'm gonna move on to page 38. Couple things here. I'm gonna call up Natalie King, our staff civil engineer registrar, one of our staff civil engineering registrars. I'm
Excuse
putting her
me,
on the
Rick.
spot. She didn't
we
know. I
need
was
to
gonna do this.
vote.
What's that?
We need to vote
Oh, I'm sorry.
because we have a motion on the floor. Yeah.
All right,
So Selena,
didn't already do that? I'm ready to
President
go.
Wong,
yes.
Vice President Martinez,
Yes.
Dr. Amistad,
Yes.
Dr. Asghari,
Yes.
Ms. Brooks,
Yes.
Ms. D'Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Hartley, Mr. King,
Yes.
Ms. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Rufino,
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez,
Yes.
Mr. Waldeck. Motion carried.
Thank you so much. Now we're done with the
Now we're
decision for the
Me, you
FE.
voted already, so it's,
Hey, it's okay.
I'm not focusing on what you're doing.
Yes.
So Natalie, if you don't mind, you want to come up? Yeah. I'm putting her on the spot. She didn't know I was going to do that. I just thought since she's here, it's pertinent to have her here because she has expertise in this. And she may have a different perspective or same perspective as me. So I also would kind of point out that keep in mind in all this discussion, even the prior discussion on the fundamentals, we have applicants from all over the world applying and obtaining EITs or PEs from California. So it's not something strange for us to have someone from outside the United States with this. So, okay, so page 38. Now we're going to talk about the PE exam. This gets a little bit more complex because as Ollie was alluding to, is we actually, we license by branch of engineering. We license by discipline. We don't license generic PE and let the applicant pass whatever exam they want to pass and practice solely within their expertise as they see fit. We also want to see their expertise in that specific branch. So this becomes a little bit more complex. The way the UK is broken up, and you can see this in the MRA document, I think it's Appendix 3 on page 50, if I recall correctly. They have 39 participating organizations that actually grow these, for lack of a better word, grow these individuals to become chartered engineers, and they're authorized to provide them a chartered engineer license by virtue of being a member of the engineering council. And they have to meet the engineering council's criteria for that, and they're tested on that constantly. But I bring that up because that is so much closer to what we are compared to much of the country in terms of discipline specific. You can see how they're broken up that way. So what I did is I started asking a few more questions about this. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do something by not having a mouse in front of me. I'm lost without a mouse. So, okay, so beginning on page 38, what happens with our PE license? The fundamentals of engineers examination in our laws is referred to as the first division of examination. The PE exams collectively, that means national if it's part of it, state exam if it's part of it, or state exam only if it's is collectively in our laws referred to as the second division exams. So we had to make sure that you're looking at all the different types of exams that you possibly could see that need to be considered as waiver. And you can see in a chart beginning on page 38 and carrying over into 39, what we tried to do was for each of the license types that we issue, this is the corresponding national exam and the corresponding state exams. Under the state exam, we include the laws and regulations. That's used to be referred to as the take home. Now they do it upon submitting their application in Connect. You can see that the only state exams given that are applicable here are the civil, which is the engineering surveying and the seismic principles. And then if anyone ever comes forward and applies for traffic engineer, which is unique to California, there's no national exam that is used for that purpose. We only have a state exam. So that would be the traffic engineering state exam. There's many more participating organizations underneath the Engineering Council than we have license types or branches of engineers. So I was curious, what could we expect? I was curious, for one, how many chartered engineers really have attained international PE status to where they even would qualify themselves under the MRA? And what was the breakup? So we asked the Engineering Council, and literally in less than 24 hours, they had a response for us. So you can see that chart on, I believe it's 39. Thank you. As expected, I mean, one, there's only currently at this point, there was 360 international engineers that the Engineering Council has qualified. And they are the body in the United Kingdom to qualify international engineering status for the chartered engineers. So we're not talking about a large group. We're not talking tens of thousands chartered engineers at this point. And we're probably not talking about 360 right away, but these are ones that have showed some intent to possibly license in another country. And as anticipated, they were really broken down by what I would refer to as our typical practice acts we have here in California, the civil, electrical, mechanical. Another one, the nearest one that cropped up after that was the building services engineer. That's CIBSE, which I have no idea what really that means. I don't know what kind of engineering that is. Then you'll start seeing the structural and the chemical, and then the rest, all collectively. And I was really curious because there's one that's actually civil engineering surveyors participate in the organization. And I was curious about that because that could create much more complex situation with rulemaking. Because upon researching that, they're more akin to our professional land surveyors than they are to an engineer, the way we think of it in California. Fortunately, at this point, there's none of them that are from that participating organization even listed as an international PE. So I just thought this information would help you understand what we possibly could be looking at. I would also point out that in the chart above that where I listed our license types and the corresponding exam, I did not list the geotechnical engineer, again, which we're kind of unique in California with that, and the structural engineer, primarily because I'm assuming that you as a board really are intending to establish that foundational license. I always use the word foundational with this, and it seems so apropos with civil and structural and geotechnical. But it's it's just, to me, you're thinking more to civil, how whatever multiple pathways you have to get to that civil. And then you as a board may decide that regardless of how you got to the civil in California, you're going to go through the same process that we already have in place for geotechnical and structural. So I'm thinking more along the line of the foundation, the civil license, and not structural geotechnical at this point. Please correct me any point along the way in this discussion or in future discussions if that ever changes. But I'm not thinking we're even talking about geotechnical or structural at this point. Okay.
Guillermo?
Got a quick question. So you were part of the delegation that met with the UK and their delegation for the
Yes.
MRA. So it looks like they spent a lot of time to get NCES and all these different boards in the US and that are part of NCES or connected to NCES, sorry, to get into this agreement for 360 people. So I guess what I'm wondering out of curiosity is, once this is all panned out and everybody signed everything and all the different boards across the US have agreed to these things, do we anticipate this number to go up? Are there more engineers in the UK trying to come to the US for work? Or did the UK really spend all this time and money to get to this point because they're trying to get engineers from the US to go to the UK? Which direction is the traffic really going to go?
I can tell you, and Rosanna was also part of the delegation, so feel free to jump in at any point. I can tell you from all the discussions I've had during the delegation visit and subsequently, this is an NCWS effort as much as it's an Engineering Council UK effort. It's not one of them. It was both of them. And remember that whatever the Architects Council, I don't know what they're called, so I'm going to call them the Architects Council of UK. They had previously set this up with the NCWS counterpart NCARB a few years prior to this. It just took them many years to actually set it up, but they actually were not treading new territory. That's already been there. So it was a mutual interest in doing it. The impression I got from both the NCWS people and the Engineering Council people is they're probably expecting about the same numbers going back and forth. They're not really, they've actually told me that they're not expecting a wave of chartered engineers to come into UK, and they're looking forward to seeing engineers that come their way. That's the impressions I got.
Yeah, and so I'll just add that, yeah, this was meant to benefit both countries. Just like we have a workforce crisis here, they have a workforce crisis there. And right now, we've never seen a bigger boom in engineering projects globally, right? The need is there. And so it was never meant for one country to benefit more than the other. And so while we only have 360 now, that doesn't necessarily mean that when something like this comes to fruition, there might be more people that sign up on both sides of the pond as well. So, and with regards to Ollie's point, yeah, I'm glad you said that it does not include the geotech or the structural exam. I think that's something that we don't want to give in on. We also, in my opinion, do not want to give up on the California state exam. And I think that that would also hopefully give you some comfort that that would fill the gap with regards to candidates having to know the code. Because at that point, you know, we do have that second chance where they come in and they have to actually exercise knowledge of the codes themselves. So for the California exams, the geotech exams, and the structural exams is where they would demonstrate knowledge of the code.
So I'm going to add to what she's saying there also to your question, Guillermo, that as much as I mentioned that Engineering Council is the authority under the International Engineering Alliance to bestow the International PE designation, NCWS is the one for the US based going across to outside to any other country. And they've told us there's around about 1,000 international PEs that NCWS has bestowed. So these are US-based licensees. So it's actually, there's 3 times as many looking to go internationally from the country. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting.
Okay. No, I was just asking out of curiosity. I think this is a great agreement and I fully support it.
I was kind of surprised about the 360 also.
As was I.
I was thinking more than that, you know.
So Rick, so if I understand, we want to waive PE civil exam and engineering surveying exam.
So for this board to participate in the MRA, despite the fact that you've already voted and agreed to do it, you can always say no. You can always jump on, you can jump off. It's a nice boat with not deep water. For you to participate, because of the way the MRA is written, you would have to waive the NCWS FE and PE exams.
Okay.
The way the MRA is written, the both parties recognize that there could be jurisdictional standards and requirements that could require other things to occur. And even the Engineering Council of UK representatives acknowledged the importance of our seismic principles exam. Our recommendation from this board is that for this pathway, that if you consider waiving any of the state exams, do not waive the civil seismic principle for people applying under a civil engineering license to this pathway. I have no opinion either way about the engineering surveying, only the fact that from what I understand is you have people that are very, very discipline specific coming from the UK, even more so than us. And talking with them, any of their civil engineer, chartered engineers don't touch surveying, have never touched surveying. They're not part of surveying, or they'd be a member of the other. They would have a different chartered engineer license. So I don't know if it's as important to have an engineering surveying exam for this pathway. That's more traditional California type civil engineering. But I leave that up to you. All I'm recommending as staff, with us discussing it internally, is that you do not consider waiving the civil seismic principles.
And the required California laws and regulations.
And the required California laws and regulations. Yes, thank you.
So I'm talking just about the surveying. So I think we discussed this once before. So if somebody from US wants to practice civil engineering in California, they need to pass the surveying in California. And the reason behind that is the license give you the authority to practice engineering surveying, which Rob showed me so you're allowed, because you get the authority to practice surveying, you have to take that test.
Right, right. So
And
our,
then if somebody from UK get the civil engineering in California, it's the same civil engineering license. So they still have the authority to practice engineering surveying. So it becomes a double standard that somebody from US has to take the test because they have the authority after getting the license, but somebody from UK do not have to take that test, even though after passing and getting the license, they have the authority to practice.
you're correct. The authority right now for civil engineers in California, they have the additional authority to practice limited surveying, which is topographic surveying, construction staking. And then if you look at the top of page 38, you can see where under the third paragraph, 6755.1B, this is the language in our law showing also the changes by our sunset bill. Shall also include questions to test the applicant's knowledge of seismic principles and engineering and surveying principles as defined in 6731.1.
Which page you're referring to? Sorry.
Top of page 38.
38.
Yeah. So that's 6731.1, that's the additional authority for that. So you're absolutely correct. A UK engineer coming through this pathway would be, if you chose to waive the engineering surveying exam, they still would have the same authority to practice as any other civil engineer license in California, a more traditional one. Good point. That's why I haven't made a recommendation one way or the other. The only thing that I would point out to all of you is that I would submit that many of today's civil engineers, and when I say today's, licensed in the last 20 years, don't practice engineering surveying. And we know that from them telling us this and complaining about having to take that exam because they don't even have a surveying class anymore in school. And that's why they have surveyors in their minds. And they've always asked to have that exam eliminated. And we're like, well, it's in the statute. We can't eliminate it. So I would suspect it's not happening as much as it probably was more than 20 years ago. And there's also, you may see an effort at some point, whether it's from this board or outside parties, to eliminate that requirement for California civils. So I'm just leaving it up there for you. Whichever way you go is whatever you think is best. I just want to emphasize, I think the seismic principles is much more pertinent to today's civil engineering practice in California and most important.
So we just heard that young gentleman come and give us his public comment. And so what he said is that we should consider trying to make it easier to become registered. I don't think that's the board's responsibility. I think we need to make sure that the requirements that we have in place are relevant to today's examinees. And so I have had a lot of people come up to me, like Rick said, and say the surveying exam is no longer relevant. And that could be something that we consider in the future. But right now, I think what's on the table is that we not waive the California state exam. I think that's really important. That's our exam. It's in the statutes. The UK folks understand it. I think we can go ahead and waive the NCWS national exam and the FE exam, but certainly keep our California state exams as well as the geotech and the structural exams.
Other comments, board member? Okay, so public comments in the meeting room.
Actually, I would like to ask if Natalie has any comments.
Ah, nice, Natalie. Do you have any comments?
She's never lacking comments.
I just have a clarification, I guess.
Speak on the microphone, please.
I just have a clarification, I guess. I believe we are making a decision about the second division exams
as individuals, not as a whole. Is that correct, Rick? Because the way the law is written, the second division exam includes the PE exam and then any pertinent state exams, which would, for civils, would be seismic, surveying, as well as the laws and rules exam. So I just want to clarify my understanding as well, that the board can decide which second division exams they want to require. It doesn't have to be as a group. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's one reason why I put it in the table, is in case this board had any strong feelings, I'm gonna use one for example, for fire protection. If this board had a very strong feeling that fire protection NCWS exam could not be waived, then that allows you to make the motion without that. And then anyone coming from the UK, we would not be participating for the MRA as far as looking for a fire protection. Just using that as an example. That answer? Yeah.
So do we need to take a motion now?
I would recommend you make a motion. You can reference, I'd recommend you make a motion one way or the other. You could reference the table instead of making a motion for each of the exams, unless you do have one specific or multiple exams that you want to consider differently.
Betsy?
Natalie has another comment.
Sorry, I just had one other comment related to the engineering surveying exam. I agree with what Rick said earlier. We're hearing from a lot of licensees or people who wanting to get licensed that civil engineers are not doing engineering surveying anymore. And Dallas Sweeney, the licensed land surveyor, and we do deal with a lot of enforcement cases of engineers trying to determine what they can, under their civil engineer license, legally do when it comes to surveying. So I do think it's an important conversation to have looking forward.
Sorry.
Betsy has a comment, and then Ali.
Okay, Betsy, you go.
Similar to Natalie, I was also going to say, we've only been talking about the civil, but I think we're being asked to consider all the other PE license types like fire protection. And I don't see that the UK has equivalent license types of all the ones that we do. The UK ones are generally semi-cryptic abbreviations, but I think IET is electrical, ICE is civil, mechanical is pretty clear, chemical is pretty clear. But are we considering all of them, all of our license types? And do we need a table that says what you would have in the UK to be able to practice fire protection engineering here?
So first of all, I'm going to refer to page 50, which is Appendix 3 of the MRA, which lists all the charter of the special participating organizations underneath the Engineering Council Charter. Some of them are very clear, like the Institution of Civil Engineers, ICE. ICE. I didn't mean to repeat it that way, but that actually was the very first one in the UK. They started in the 1800s, before the Engineering Council did. Some of them are very clear. Other ones, I don't know what they really are or whether they'd ever apply, like what's the Institute of Water? What's the Institute of Acoustics? I'm not really sure. So I think the Institution of Fire Engineers may be fire protection, may not be. I would say that a large or significant portion of our applicants for fire protection already are licensed as mechanical. Keep in mind that fire protection is a Title Act, not a practice act. So if a UK licensed engineer came to California right now, offered to practice fire protection, but did not use the title fire protection engineer, they're perfectly within their legality to do that. I could do it, you could do it, any of us can do it. So it's really the use of the title and demonstrating that they're proficient in it for us to give them that title. I suspect, I suspect we're going to see civils We're going to see mechanicals. We're going to see an offshoot a little bit of mechanicals that may be interested in fire protection, but likely they'll probably try mechanical first. And I suspect we'll see electrical. We'll probably never hear from the majority of these. But you need to be aware of it because it may happen. Right now, we already get applications from individuals sometimes that as staff, like Natalie, they'll recommend, all of your experience. I just saw one the other day, all their experience was chemical engineering and they were applying for, I can't remember what they were applying for, but it wasn't chemical engineering. And I had to ask the applicant, are you looking for this engineer license or a chemical? Because all your experience you're demonstrating is chemical. Sometimes they're not even really clear of how the disciplines are in California. And we'll recommend to people, maybe look for this license and apply for this one instead of this one.
Just to follow up,
Yes.
I'm pretty confused. I know for the ones that are not title acts, you just have to, in California, you have to have a PE, and then you can do, let's see, you can do the engineering that you're qualified for, but how do the UK people demonstrate that they're qualified for the non-title act ones? If they're,
Well, in their minds, there is no Title Act Practice Act in the UK. They're all practice acts.
okay,
So
and
we're unique in that regard in California.
to become, I don't know the term, but to become a licensed engineer in the UK, is it a single exam and then you pick your area of expertise? Or, I mean, is it like our PE exam and then you pick your area of expertise?
No, they do not have exams.
Oh, yeah.
They have other types of assessments with the exception of the participating organization related to structural. They have an exam. But what you do is you apply to become a member of one of those organizations. And you get accepted at that member. They have various different membership levels, almost like engineering training, PE, those kind of things. They have various different membership levels. They have many members that are not chartered engineers, each one of them. They may become chartered engineers as they move through the levels, they may not, but they actually become members of those participating organizations. And from there, they are guided and advised through their educational process as part of that membership, and then through their experience process as part of that membership. And until they meet the requirements for a next level or that chartered engineer level, they are not recommended by that participating organization to the overall engineering council for chartered engineer license.
They actually develop a plan that gets approved by their mentor, who happens to be a chartered engineer. And that plan provides them enough information for the mentor to recommend that they move up to the next level. So it is truly based on a plan that everybody agrees on and a plan that has to be fulfilled based on certain requirements that they think would get them to the next level.
That's a good point. Their mentors are akin to our references or their supervising employers, but they're really with them all along the way through the education process and the experience process.
One last example question. If someone's a member of the Institute of Acoustics in the UK, are we going to waive the PE exam? I don't see where they fit here.
Well, one thing I will point out that what we're talking about right now is what exams that this board will allow to be waived. We're not talking about how that's going to be waived. We're not going to talk about who qualifies for that yet. That's in the rulemaking. This is the easy decision. The harder decision and much more complex is when we come forward to you with language about the rulemaking after this, which I suspect may even be more than one meeting. But that's going to be much more complex. It's going to be very critical how we write that language up in the rulemaking for two reasons. One, as I mentioned, we already have waiver language for the fundamentals, so it's easier to set up an additional condition. We don't have any waiver language right now in rules for waiving the second division exams for any of our second division exams. So this is going to be from scratch. And we have to be very critical of how we write that language to meet what you guys want to meet. And you can be as specific, not only can you be as specific as you want to be in the rulemaking, you need to be. Because when these people apply to us to this pathway in the future, and we say you don't qualify in this pathway, they want to know why, and they want to know what notes we're reading from. They want to know what secret little notepad and shortcuts we have that Natalie and Dallas and Josh and Adam are looking at. We don't have them. We have the regulations. That's what we base everything on. So that's where we're going to get very specific. And if you guys want to say at the point of rulemaking that waiver will be granted for an engineer that's a chartered engineer from the Engineering Council of UK who has obtained an international PE accreditation designation and through the participating organizations of, and list which ones you would accept it, then you can do that. This is where you have the ability to be as specific and clear as possible so that all of us know, all of us applicants, board, staff, everybody understand. Does that help, Betsy?
Yeah, and I suspect Kobe's thinking the end of my term can't come soon enough.
Actually, he may be very helpful in this whole thing.
I'll be gone before you, Betsy.
Ali has been waiting very, very patiently.
That's okay.
Yes.
So that surveying, I think that if you want to eliminate the surveying, should be eliminated for everyone. For the civil engineer in the United States and the UK. So we cannot have a preferential just because we say they don't practice, they have authority. And we also ask, like if somebody wants only to practice a structural, if you go take the PE exam, you have traffic, you have water resources, you have geotechnical. You cannot say, I'm not going to practice those. I just want to answer the structural question.
Well,
You
keep
have the
in,
authority.
yeah, keep in mind that as Ollie is saying here, just like the fundamentals, there are different versions of the civil exam, different versions of mechanical, the electrical and even structural in the NCWS. The applicant taking the exam could choose which one they prefer to take. We don't get to that level of specifying which one they have to take. We don't care as long as they pass that PE exam. It has to be one of those PE exams. Those have changed over time. They used to be that before they went CBT, they all shared the same breath, the morning portion. So everyone sitting for the 3 different mechanical exams all took the same morning breath section. And then depending on which module they chose for the afternoon, whether it was HVAC or I have no idea what the other ones are. Well, plumbing's coming. Then they could do that, but it was still the mechanical exam because they're not separate exams, so to speak. It's not exactly the same as it used to be, but these are written toward a model law engineer. They're not written just for California.
So if we want to make a motion, you said that we can say which one we are allowed to waive, and then the one that we don't waive, we can discuss later. Is that what we are?
What I would recommend, let me go back to the right page here. What I would recommend, first of all, I'm going to ask, is there any national PE exam that the board does not want to waive? The ones listed here.
I'm okay with the ones that are in the second column where it says NCWS National Exam.
That's what he was.
That's what I'm asking.
I'm okay with waiving
is
those.
there anyone in that second column that someone doesn't want to waive? Those are the only applicable ones to our licensure right now. Okay, so then what I would suggest is is you make a motion that says,
So Rick, just to clarify,
sure,
there's really no reason why we would, because we accept these national exams
Mhm.
for this purpose, right? So, yeah, I
So
mean,
we are waiving them.
Right.
We are waiving them.
yeah,
for the
yeah, no, I
local-
understand that, but there's no reason not to waive them because we already accept them for national purposes, right? I mean, we already accept these exams for California purposes for these license types, right? I mean,
Right.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't know what basis we would object to one versus the
well,
other.
there could have been a situation like the civil or the exact seismic principles we have for our state. I'm just leaving it open for you guys to have that decision, but I agree with you. We as staff do not have any, we couldn't justify one to not waive necessarily. Now, if you guys were considering the structural at this point or the state geotechnical, staff would probably speak up a little bit stronger.
Yeah. Yeah, yes. So would most of us, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
So you could make a motion that to accept for the purposes of moving forward in the future with how to establish rulemaking, that you would agree to waive any of the current national NCWS exams that we now require and accept, as shown on page 38 and 39 in that table.
I make that motion.
And Kobe second. Any other discussion for this motion?
Just to clarify, we only talk about second column.
Only talking about the second column, and that's a very good criteria, yes.
Yes.
Repeat the motion.
Kobe second.
Can you repeat the motion?
I can try, since Rosanna took the easy part there. So the board approves waiving for the purposes of establishing a future pathway for chartered engineers from the UK applying through the NCWS UK Mutual Recognition Agreement. The board approves waiving the NCEES national exams that are currently accepted in California, as shown in the second column in the table, beginning on page 38, going into page 39. And direct staff to come back with proposed rulemaking language for that purpose.
Yes. Sounds clear, board members?
How was that, Kobe? I won that.
That's very good. Yeah, that's really, really good. Thank you. So we have a motion on the table. Any more comments, board members?
Just a quick comment. Do you know any other state that are doing the same thing that we are doing, like Washington or?
My understanding is Washington is going back and forth. They can't really make a decision on this primarily because right now, all their concerns are about structural. But I know there are some states that have already moved forward and don't have to do the rulemaking like we're doing. But I would say most of them that have agreed to participate are looking at what changes they need to do in their laws to do it. I think ours may be the more drawn out process because we don't have anything like this at this point.
And right now we have what, 26 states that have committed to participating in the MRA?
I think so. And like I said, anyone can pull out at any time, anyone can be added in at any time. So there were 26 that at the last annual meeting did the ceremony for signing, and that was it. There are some like Nevada that, and they've said their laws are already there and they're already going to accept people. They can apply today. But Nevada is very
Goosey.
less restrictive, I should say.
Very good. So let me move to public comments and then we can, let's move into public comments right now. Yes, please come forward.
Oh, we can. You want to sit here and use this mic because we know that one works.
Thanks, Rick.
I'll stand. I need
Hey,
to
now.
stand anyhow.
Thanks, Rick. Michael Parolini, representing Structural Engineers Association in California, licensed civil, structural in this state and many others. SEOC doesn't have an official position here, but our statement is like we've had in the past to make sure and advocate for equivalency, right? No double standards, as many board members have noted. So if we're going to have state-specific seismic and surveying and rulemaking, absolutely must be required. Taking off SEOC hat for a second, if I can, as a person, as an individual licensee, you only hear from the people that don't pass surveying or say that it's a barrier to their employment or what it might be, or they're moving up. The fact that you can still practice, if you don't sunset that, then you can't take away the surveying exam, right? It's a whole bigger thing. So I know it's not on the table here or anything going forward, but just keep that in mind. If you're going to eliminate a barrier or a bar, you need to eliminate also the practice portion of it as well, which may not go as well as you may think, because some people are using that, regardless of what the majority of people coming through and not passing don't make it, right? So just keep that in mind for the future. That's it. Thank you very much.
Good point. Thank you so much. Alan?
Thank you. My comments and questions are only pertain to the PE. PEG does support keeping the state-specific exams. We don't see any waivers for the comments already spoken, echoing the previous speaker's comments as well. And I've already been contacted by one of our members that we hired at Caltrans from the UK, and he has his international PE, and he's in the process of applying for this through the MRA agreement. And he reached out to our committee, and I told him I was coming to this meeting, is on the agenda. And I just wanted to get some clarifications, and you can stop me if this is more for the rulemaking, but I heard earlier that that this process will take place on January 1st. So can this person not even request a waiver of the PE or the FE until January 1st? He can't even do that until January 1st is my first question. And secondly, assuming the waiver is granted, only then will the applicant be able to apply for this state-specific exams if you don't waive those. So it's kind of going through this process of how you're doing it, which sounds like it's the rulemaking process. And so third, and this is the one he was concerned about, if the waiver is granted, he gets his applications in for the state-specific exams and passes them, are the timelines to receive his CEPE license the same as anybody else? He was concerned that there might be hiccups in the process being new. So I told him I would just ask these questions. And the last thing here is I guess I'm showing my ignorance, which kind of in my wheelhouse, comfortable here. But what the heck is a international PE through the NCEW? I've never heard of it. I mean, does that mean we got to know metric, or we got to do language classes? I have no idea. I was just curious. That's it. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to stay here while I address, no, I need to sit down. But I'm going to ask you to stay here while I address
Yeah,
it,
you know,
because
Alan, you can
you
say,
asked
yep.
too many questions for
Yeah.
me to remember.
Take a seat there.
So first of all, Michael Parolini, totally agree with him that the details of all this will be in the rulemaking. It'd be very critical for this board to consider equivalency in terms of pathways in the rulemaking. Definitely, especially because of the actions you're taking. To address your questions, and I'm going to borrow your paper. The waiver, the only thing that's becoming effective January 1st, 2025, is the changes to our laws affected by the Sunset Bill, which allows the board to consider this in statute and gives them an authority to do something in a rulemaking in the future should they decide to do it. Likely, best guess at this stage, and it's not very accurate, anyone applying under this pathway is probably going to be another 2 years minimum. Because the rulemaking process, because this is a brand new thing, it's not editing or just revising existing rules. I think it's going to take us a little while. It's more complex. We don't apply to take exams. I'm going to emphasize that. No one applies to take exams. They apply for a license. So that's something that's very important. And the timeline, unless there's any kind of justification to implement expediting the applications, it would be the same timeline as anyone else at this point. The only expediting is military or something like that at this point. So hopefully that answers your questions, but have the person reach out to me if they have any questions about it. I do occasionally hear from chartered engineers in UK that have come to California already. 30 or 40 of them have already waived the FV and have already taken the whatever PEs and gotten a license in California. So,
Thank you.
sure.
Any other, thank you, Rick. Very thorough explanation. So any other comments in the hearing room here? Seeing none. So moderator, would you please open WebEx to see if there are any comments from the public?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment on 8 and column 2 and the motion, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment via WebEx, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, please. Thank you. So I think we're ready to vote.
Notice I shut up this time.
So Selena, please.
President Wong,
Yes.
Vice President Martinez,
Yes.
Dr. Amistad.
Yes.
Dr. Ascari,
Yes.
Ms. Brooks.
Yes.
Ms. D'Antonio. Mr.
Yes.
Hartley,
Yes.
Mr. King, Ms. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Rufino,
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez,
Yes.
Mr. Waldeck. Motion carried.
Thank you. This is a wonderful discussion and a big fat move forward. So at this time, so Rick, have you completed with that section of examination licensing?
I'm
discussion?
completed with that section, yes.
Okay, so let's take a quick break.
Okay.
So 10 minutes. Let's
10
come
10
back
break.
here at
3:20?
3:20 on
3:20?
time.
Got
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the board meeting, and it's 3:20, and we will resume our meeting. And so the next agenda item is legislation 2025 calendar.
Christina, if it's okay with the board, during our examination licensing discussion, we kind of moved around, jumped around in there, and Mr. Michael, I'm just gonna say Michael, he missed that and he wanted to provide some public comment generally about exams and licensing.
Okay.
So is it okay?
Yes, sure.
Thank you, board, very much. Yeah, we went backwards from C up to A, and we were expecting A to show up. So I apologize. The only comments that we actually came here today, again, putting my CEOC hat back on, Structural Engineering Association of California, as the chair of the licensure committee, is that we have a duty to our emerging engineers. Engineers trying to become licensed, engineers trying to level up, engineers moving forward. This topic here today is not about technical content of exams, but it's about the exam environment, particularly relating to the structural exam. The structural exam was the last exam to move to CBT, computer-based testing, as you know, because it was the most difficult to do so. And CES made those moves 2010, 11, and said we should do this 12, 13 years ago, and now we're here, very last exam. The first administration was in April, as you know. You saw those results. They did not go well. The technical content didn't get harder. The examinees did not get less competent. The environment did not work. did not work for many, many, many people across the United States. This is not just a California problem, but we are, if not the top, one of the top consumers of NCES content, particularly in the structural realm. More people take the structural exam, the PE structural exam, not the PE civil structural. Don't be confused, please. The PE structural exam, the 21.5-hour exam, the 4-day exam, because you cannot take it in 2 days anymore because the exam testing sites are not open enough, because you're taking pre-test questions. In some cases, over 30% of your exam is not graded. Sorry, I'm getting to the bullet list, which I'm don't want to go into. You know the problems with the exam. If you're not aware of them, many people have probably brought it up to you in the past. Other states like Illinois are engaging with NCES right now currently. The chief examination officer has been to their board meeting and they've brought up their concerns. NCES has been less than forthcoming with their ability to or desires to make changes. And they said they have no duty to do so. California should be a leader, and this board in particular, I believe, should be a leader in forcing their hand. I would ask that maybe we consider some sort of, whatever it is, ad hoc committee, something to investigate what our states are doing, like Washington, as was mentioned a minute ago, Illinois and others that are particularly have interest in their structural exam, and how they're going to fix this. Again, not technical content, no, not minimal competency issues. The exam environment in this regard, because of the references, because of the way it's put together, is not fair. I shouldn't say the word fair, is not equivalency for what it was in the written exam. When you could have your references, when you had it put together, it was it's difficult. It's very, very, very hard. That doesn't test minimal competency. That's what we're here for, to make sure that we have minimal competent engineers. And that's not what this test is testing now. It's testing ridiculousness of being able to click back and forth. That's a trouble spot. And especially since it's now 5.5 hours longer and costs $1,500 more. And some, and all the other things that go on. We're already dealing with a shortage of SEs. Okay. And we are getting ready to get into the glut of the baby doom of 2007, 8, 9, when people didn't reproduce. And we're going to have less people going into STEM because there's just less people. And if we have less people going into STEM, we have less people going to structural engineering and so on and so forth. And if we're raising the barrier and making it more difficult, it will be a perceived barrier to employment that way, and they'll go do something else. They'll be a YouTube star or a chemical
30
engineer
seconds.
or something. Thank you. Anyways, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Maybe we can consider a future agenda item and or some kind of committee to talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments.
So I just want to add or clarify what he said. The problem that has happened is before we had paper and pencil and you could bring all of your code, and we work with several code, like you have loading code and concrete code that you open all of them, and then your exam. And now that it's computer based, you only have one monitor. So in that monitor you can also either see the exam, or you go to code, you have to go back and forth, and that code that you see is just one code. So if you want to open another code, you have to close this code, open the other code, and find what you wanted. Then you want to go back to the first code, you have to close this again, open the other one, and go back to where you were. So it's like really time consuming, and we had a lot of complaint that it's not working. Just one, at least you can add 2-3 monitors and have different codes and the question and 2 codes. Like what we have in the working environment, I have 3 monitors because we have code here, we have another code here, and then I have, so it has become, so it's not about capability of the people who take the test, it's about how quick you can go from one page to the other page and close it. And it's become really bad. So I just wanted to clarify what the problem is. Thank you.
Thanks,
If I could further clarify, so we have state exams that are computer-based testing, just like NCWS does. But unlike NCWS and unlike many of our examination vendors' clients, we allow our examinees to bring in their reference materials for the state exams. NCWS doesn't do that. Most of the clients of Prometric, Pearson VUE don't do that. Some of the national exams, so what happens is national exams are through Pearson VUE, which is similar to Prometric. They're the two largest, I believe, in the world. And they went from 2 monitors years ago to a large 24-inch monitor. Doesn't seem so large nowadays with what we have at home, but it's a large 24-inch monitor with a split screen. And we're similar to that also. We ask Prometric for certain things as we've evolved over time. NCWS has a little bit more weight in terms of working with Pearson VUE because they have many more exams than we do. But Prometric listens to us very well. But with our, like, for example, our national surveying exam, the reference material that's on the split side of the screen, it's 1 or 2 documents, and they're not long documents. So it's not, I would say, as cumbersome. But I don't know for sure with the structural, but from what I'm hearing is it could be much more cumbersome because now you had structural engineer applicants who normally came in with the little red wagon of reference materials or luggage of materials that are looking to see what's available in the searchable split screen window. So I can imagine that would have an impact, as Ollie is saying, as Michael is saying. I know that NCWS is aware of this situation. After our last, I don't know if it was the last meeting, the meeting where we had quite a bit of structural comment.
Yes.
What I did was NCWS, we talk with NCWS all the time, and I shared with them a recording of that board meeting, which now is approved minutes, but the minutes capture a lot of the situation. But I shared it with them, the recording, so they could hear firsthand what the concerns were and the questions from this board. Even Washington board has asked for that, and I shared with them the minutes and everything so they could hear that. So we do hear from NCWS about it. We know they're watching things. To what level, I have no idea. But we are involved to some extent, but right now we're not actively involved in it. We're monitoring it to see how it goes. It's been 1 exam at this point. I have sympathy for people having to encounter a different situation. I'd like to see what adjustments NCWS would make as it moves forward to the exam administration on this. We regularly at the zone meetings, which we'll be talking about this later on, so this is good, but it's at our zone meetings and our annual meetings, regularly there is a breakout session that is talked about by structural engineers that are interested. I think that's good to stay involved in, but I think it's something that we need to continue monitoring to see what level of involvement we need to do as a board in the future.
And I want to thank you for taking the effort to really address the issue, because I remember this is the second time I heard about the comments about the structural examination.
Oh, you've heard from Michael before. You're going to hear from him some more. And Carl.
I don't know if last time it's Michael. I think it's the other.
Yeah, she was
Yeah,
here.
it's Carl. Yeah, talk
Carl,
about.
yeah.
Yes. So I think this is a very important issue, for the structural examination, to continue monitoring. So thank you. Thank you, Rick. So our next agenda item is legislation.
So all I have for you this time is on page 67, begins on page 67. This is the known 2025 legislation calendar. You can see that right after the holidays here, the legislature is going to reconvene. We are not aware of any bills yet that may be introduced that will come to you. You'll probably likely have some at the February meeting and the meeting after that. We've heard rumors. I've had several conversations with the Business and Professions Committee staff to see if there's any things that could be coming up, and there possibly could. So we're watching those, but they're not in bill form yet. So we don't really know if it's going to be a bill for the board to consider. I've actually heard from a few professional organizations that there may be something coming up also, but we're not really sure yet. So I don't have much to provide you at this point, but expect it in February and on. I also, as far as anything this board would want to pursue, I don't really have any recommendations. We usually don't the year after sunset because we're still trying to merge in any changes from sunset to see how things settle out. And I haven't heard from any of you about, hey, we should look at doing this change to statute or anything. But so this year I haven't proposed anything at this point yet.
Any questions for Rick? I don't see from the board members. Public comments in the meeting room in regarding the calendar, the legislative calendar. No, I don't see any. So moderator, would you please open
before that-
topics? Yes.
Is Senator Roth still the chair of Business and Professions?
No.
No, he's termed out? Or is he not chair anymore?
He vacated the position late this year or late this last cycle, but I don't remember really what it was. I think he left the position as chair. I don't remember who's chair now, but yeah.
So we need a new go-to person, I guess. huh?
Yeah, we do, but we've established quite a good relationship this last year with a lot of the legislators through the sunset process that I have my eye on. And also I usually will go to the business professions committees on both sides of the aisle and get recommendations from them on who we could talk to if we need to. I also accept any kind of suggestions from any of you since you're the political beast and I'm not.
Yeah, you're not political at all. Thank you.
All right, very good. Okay, so it is time to open up the WebEx for public comments for the legislative calendar. Moderator, please.
We are open for public comment on agenda item 9. If you'd like to make a comment, please tap that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. So our next agenda item is the consideration of rulemaking proposal. So Rick, take it over.
So I'm going to be referring to page 71, possibly 72. I think it goes into 72. So what happened was back in 21, there was a bill, Senate Bill 414, that we followed and went through the whole legislative process. And it became effective January 1st, 2022. What it kind of did was rearrange paragraph letters and numbers, which we hate as staff because every time we memorize things, this happens. And so they rearranged some paragraph numbering and lettering, and our staff recognized the fact that we have rulemaking, it's Board Rule 425, which very clearly, and I'm saying that just to give you some indications of some of the things that you see in board rules, explains what is acceptable experience requirements for someone applying for a land surveyor. It necessitated changes to the paragraph references that are in statute. So you can see where the changes start becoming effective down near the bottom of page 71. Sorry, I hit the mouse button. So on paragraph B, you can see where all the changes really have to affect is what's the referencing the correct paragraph, letter, or number. 425B is affected, 425C. And 425E, those are the ones that were affected by this moving around of the paragraph headings. So what we're asking the board to do is to approve moving forward with a rulemaking on this. Have consulted with our regulation guru at DCA, and she believes that we may be able to move forward in what's a easier pathway, since this is not that convoluted, but it remains to be seen. But this is what we're asking you to do: approve moving forward with rulemaking to make these changes to match the statute.
So you need a motion.
Need a motion.
I need a motion. Anybody is willing to make a motion for this rulemaking changes? Who,
Louder,
Michael?
Mike, louder.
So moved.
So Michael, I think I hear Betsy, second. All right, any other discussion for the board member? Okay, any comments from the hearing room? No. Moderator, would you please open for the WebEx for public comments?
We are open for public comment on agenda item 10 and the motion before us. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you. Selena, you're up to call roll.
President Wong,
Yes.
Vice President Martinez,
Yes.
Dr. Amistad,
Yes.
Dr. Ascari,
Yes.
Ms. Brooks.
Yes.
Ms. D'Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Hartley.
Yes.
Mr. King,
Yes.
Ms. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Rufino,
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez,
Yes.
Mr. Waldeck.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. So our next agenda item is the Executive Officer's Report. It's all yours, Rick.
Okay. I'll introduce myself. So I'll begin on page 75 with the rulemaking status report. Currently, at this time, we only have 2 items still on that report, which you've seen, and it's become very dear to your heart that you've seen here on this report for quite a while. The only changes that you will see at the next time is you'll see the rulemaking for the fee change appear on this report, and you'll probably see the one related to the one you just approved on this report as we move forward. But that will be the only change moving forward. Right now, there hasn't been any change. We have been working, matter of fact, we were just talking about during the break about item 2 on there, the definitions of negligence and incompetence and responsible charge. Criteria, try to establish a more consistent criteria in the geology regs for the geologists and geophysicists, similar to what we've done. You guys have already previously approved this several years ago. We're making staff has made some draft language for that. We're going to be running with that through the DCA regs unit. Dow, she's still in the room. Wave your hand now. She's our guru, the regs guru. And we'll be running that by her shortly and moving along with that one. So I just wanted to give you that update.
Thank you. Any comments about the rulemaking status report? Board members? Seeing none, how about members in the hearing room here? Also seeing none. So moderator, would you please open WebEx for public comments?
We'll give it a try. We are open for public comment. If you'd like to make a comment via WebEx, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Also seeing none.
Thank you. Good try, moderator.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the BizMod report, which is on page 76 or begins on page 76. There hasn't really been any changes other than it gives an opportunity to give you an update. Enforcement development, the final, I say final, the remaining enforcement functionality, which is primarily related to back office for our staff, is moving along pretty well. Matter of fact, our person with the liaison with that was in the room earlier today. So that's moving along from what I'm hearing from Brooke and her group. Also, Brooke and the registrars have been very active working on the license renewal assessment content in preparation for that later on 2025. They finished the one for the Land Surveyors Act and board rules related to that, and they're now working on the official engineers one. So that's, I've heard very good reports about that. I can't wait to demonstrate that to you guys. I think it's kind of cool what they've done. It's very cool, in my opinion. And then we'll be working on one related to the Geologists and Geophysicists Act because they have separate board rules. Then we'll have the content ready for us to implement that in. And that's all I have for report on that.
Any question for Rick? Seeing none from the board members, how about the members in the meeting room here? Alan?
Here,
That one, okay.
That's the one we know works.
I just wanted to ask a question about the renewal assessment. Is there going to be a fee involved, and approximately how long does it take? It's when you do your renewal, right, to connect?
There's no fee involved. Matter of fact, it's very specific in the statute that was established in 2015 that there's no fee involved. Yeah, it's right now it's looking around 45 minutes estimate. We've only had a few people really test it outside of staff just working on it. And it's gonna be done at around the time of renewal, yes, through the Connect system. Thank you.
Very good. Any other comments from the public here? Seeing none, moderator, would you please open WebEx for public comments?
We are open for public comment on agenda item 11B as in Bravo. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, would you like to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you. So, Rick,
So
calendar?
moving on to page 78, which is the 2025 board meeting calendar. We presented this last time. This is the exact same calendar. It hasn't been any changes made. After some of the comments last time, which were about a few different dates, we went back and tried to consider what would work out and what would be best. We ultimately came back with, it was one person for a meeting for 2 or 3 meetings. We ultimately decided that just for one person, it wasn't going to be worthwhile changing it. So we decided just to leave it alone, if that's okay with you all. We can always change dates in the future if we need to, but this is just for you to click from earlier this morning, put meeting reminders in your calendar so you don't forget to renew and you don't forget to put these down there.
Lesson learned.
No, you don't need to approve this.
It says possible action.
Then if you want to approve it, you can.
Do we need to?
Go ahead and approve it.
Betsy.
Christina, I make a motion that we approve the.
You approved it last time, but go ahead and approve it.
Oh,
Just-
so we
just do it.
approved it last time.
Just go ahead and do it.
Okay, so Betsy, do you have comments or?
It's beyond approval, but I was going to ask if we are still going to have a Southern California meeting and a Northern California meeting in 2025.
By statute, we have to have one in Southern California. So we just don't know which one at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
I would just ask that the meeting on May 29th not change. That's a good date for me and I'd really like to attend.
So that would be the one that will change.
And that likely would be.
That's his,
Cody's last
that would
one.
be his last meeting.
Yes, yes.
It would
Mhm.
also be exactly to the day, the 12th anniversary of my being
Really?
sworn into the board.
Really? Yeah, it's cool. 29th? Ah, that's really cool.
So you will change it, right, Rick?
Amazing. Amazing you remembered that.
Yeah, the longer you're here, the less respect you get.
This is how you're being treated, yes.
Rick,
Uh,
if I
Val.
could ask that maybe the February meeting not be in Southern California, because that's the one that I can't make.
If it's in
That will
Southern
also
California.
change.
Huh? It'll be in Southern California.
Cannot make if it's in Southern California.
I can't make it, period.
Okay, I can guarantee you it will not be in Southern
Thanks.
California.
All right, Fel?
So do you want a motion?
Yes.
I moved that we adopt board meeting dates for 2025 as indicated.
Thank you. Second? Any second? Will. So Selena first is Fel and second is Will. Any other comments from the board members? No? Okay. Public meeting dates? Seeing none. WebEx, moderator, please.
We are open for public comment on 11C as in Charlie. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, would you like to continue with the agenda?
Yes. Thank you. So personnel.
So personnel, it's a verbal report. We basically still have the same two positions that we had open the last few meetings, which is a position in licensing and a position in enforcement, which is the one Brooke vacated to become the enforcement manager. Those are still open because those were the two that we tagged in the budget drill for elimination. Remember, the administration asked all state agencies to eliminate certain positions. So those two are going to remain open unless they're eliminated or we're told otherwise to fill them. And that's the only thing we have right now. Otherwise, we're fully staffed.
I had a question. Did we vote on that motion for the
No,
meeting dates?
I was just going to say,
Oh.
we didn't take a vote.
Okay, this one's your fault, not my fault. No one else.
Hey, we can all take turns to
Thank you,
mess up
Chris.
today.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Chris. Good catch. Let's vote, Selena, please.
President Wong,
Yes.
Vice President Martinez,
Yes.
Dr. Amistad,
Aye.
Dr. Ascari, Ms. Brooks,
Yes.
Ms. D'Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Hartley,
Aye.
Mr. King,
Yes.
Ms. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Rufino,
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez,
Yes.
Mr. Waldeck. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Make a motion, second. We just approve everybody's, we just
just
think
know
everybody
it.
there.
We just know he's in unanimous, so. All right, so personnel question from the board members. See, I know at least where we're at. Any questions about personnel for Rick? No?
Is it possible to hold public comment to the end of the executive officer's report? So we don't have to do this 4 more times?
I would say yes, given the topics that we have. Sometimes Chris agrees that depending on the topics, there's not a lot of discussion. So I would say, Chris, I'm fine with that for personnel, ABET, D, E, E, F, and G. I don't think there's anything really going to be controversial to talk about there. So can we do public comment for all those together? Thank you.
Okay. Approved by our legal. Good suggestion. So go on, please, Rick.
Okay, so I'll move ahead to ABET, which is no report. We don't have any report. We were not contacted for any visits this fall. Probably won't hear from them until summer next year. Hopefully we will. ASBOG. So I have 2 updates for ASBOG, but I'm going to ask for Josh Goodwin, our Senior Registrar Geologist, to come up here and share the microphone. Both Josh and Betsy were representing the board at the annual meeting this last fall. And Josh has a report for you on that. I attended it by phone. There were a few portions I could attend by phone, but other than that, they're the ones who were there. So, sir.
Hello, board members. I'm Josh Goodwin, board's geologist. I attended the ASBOG annual meeting in Fort Collins, Colorado in October. And the highlights were they're working on a strategic plan, and they shared some of the process and ideas that they're going through there. Of note, the current psychometrician is retiring, and so there is a committee to review RFPs, requests for proposals. I'm actually on that committee, and we received 4 proposals in that response. And so we'll be going through those in January. I'm also have been appointed the exam committee chair for ASBOG. And so I'll be helping develop those exams going forward, at least for the next year. And I also participated in the Council of Examiners workshop that was on October 25th and 26th.
So congratulations for being appointed to.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did not get the secretary position, but as a consolation, they gave me the executive
Congratulations prize.
position of
He's still new-
committee chair.
He's still new enough. They like him.
Yeah, they didn't want to make me take notes yet, so.
Betsy, do you have anything you want to add?
Sure. Regarding strategic planning, one of the items was that they may work with ABET to use ASBOG's knowledge base to decide on schools' qualifications for ABET accreditation. And I also wrote down that Rick is on the strategic planning committee. Is that true?
Yes, that is. I'm glad you two brought it up because I completely forgot about it. But between this last board meeting and now, we had a call, the strategic planning committee. They asked me to be on it. Don't know why, but they asked me to be on it, and I have found it very refreshing. I thought it would be a lot of the same thing that we went through, which a lot of it is, but they have a good leader on that process. I feel like I'm contributing and working with the group to help think outside the box, so to speak. So I'm enjoying the process. So it'll continue to move along, and we'll see how that works. I think it'll be good for ASBOG and all of us in general.
Yeah. Great. I have some more items from the meeting. The computer-based testing was implemented 2 years ago for the geology exams, and it was the executive director's most stressful 2 years. She's been in place for almost 10 years, I think. There were a lot of early problems with testing centers and various other things. They've gotten through all that. Just about the time they got through that, Hurricane Helene hit. So some testing centers were not available on testing day, but they worked that out also. The organization is in great shape financially. And the executive director said that Rick Moore helped crack the nut to get ASBOG and NCEES communicating so they can learn from each other. Geologists and engineers can learn from each other. And you can even talk with each other too. Oh, let's see what else. This was just one day, lots of notes as usual. And then we had to vote, I think, maybe once, possibly twice, but the only thing I know we voted on was the elections. It's basically affirming the slate of officers. And as Josh mentioned, someone else was elected secretary, and that's Lee Floria from Washington State. So now we have West Coast representation on the executive board. There were no proposed bylaw changes. That's usually the other thing we vote on. That's it.
Okay, so we will hold off the.
The only thing I will add to that is, in addition to the exam vendor retiring, who's been their exam vendor for many years. The following year, the current executive director will be retiring, which will be tough to deal with. Like, from my perspective, I hope they find someone to fill that role very well. Josh, you have a good job here, so don't think of leaving. So yeah, I'm gonna miss her, I know, because she's been very good to work with and collaborate with. And Josh, congratulations on the exam committee chair.
So I want to thank Rick and Josh and Betsy to represent us for, in ASBOC, all the wonderful work. Thank you. All right, the next, so NCEES, Rick?
Yes, so the next agenda item is, thanks, Josh, appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh.
NCWS, the Western Zone, the joint Western Zone, Central Zone meeting will be held in Albuquerque, New Mexico, May 15th through the 17th, 2025. They need to know who the funded delegates are before our next meeting. So I put this in for us to decide that. Right now, I don't have much of an agenda. It hasn't been decided yet. It will be the member board administrator is automatically funded separately. This is all fully funded, though we already have an out-of-state travel request in for this. We've had it in there for several months. It is moving through the process, I've been told, and that we can have up to 3 funded delegates from this board attend. So I need to know who is interested to attend the Western Zone, Central Zone meeting.
I would like to
Albuquerque.
go because I'm the nominating committee chair.
For Western Zone.
For Western
That's right.
Zone.
That's right.
Yes.
So she threw out one. What's that? You may need to use your microphone, Mike, so they can hear you way over in the
What's the
corner.
date again? I'm pretty sure I have a conflict.
May 15th through the 17th, and I volunteer, or at least pending on other interest.
Ollie, would you have the time? Because they may have discussions about structural. Is it something that you may have the time and be able to get away?
Sure.
Like I twisted his arm?
Guillermo, you have a question? Okay.
Anyone else, or you guys happy with those 3?
Didn't we have 3? Michael,
Christina and you.
Christina, and, okay.
I just have a question. Is that different than the national meeting?
It is a somewhat. NCWS has 4 zones: Western Zone, Central Zone, Southern Zone, and Northeast Zone. We're a member of the Western Zone, obviously. So they have the zone interim meetings where they will discuss things that will come up at the annual meeting before it's actually finalized. They'll also have various voting and decisions made that are pertinent to the zones. So that's why it's important to attend that too. And then the annual meeting it's the same national organization, but they all meet as a complete group. That's the one that's in August. Yes.
And I think do they have first-time attendee?
The
Western Zone?
I think so, yes. I don't know if they acknowledge them exactly the same way as they do as the annual meeting, but I think they still somewhat recognize them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got 3.
Anyone else? No one wants to battle for the positions?
Ali,
Kaisha? Not yet? Okay, I'll submit the 3 names, and odds are you won't see anything about registration until sometime in a couple months. But at that point, hopefully we'll know about our out-of-state travel. But I know DCA is already pushing that up to agency for approval, and we'll see where that goes.
thank you. So do you need the approval?
Oh, yeah, you need a motion on that
We need a
because
motion.
they'll be representing the California board. So
Okay. Well,
So I make a motion, so move.
so move. I'll second.
did you
So,
get the motion, Selena? Okay.
Phil and Christina. So any discussion for this? So can we vote before asking for public comments?
I would suggest asking for public comment first for all of it.
Just you take this opportunity to ask public comments, for.
I'm reading Chris's mind. I'm thinking, I'm trying to.
Yeah, if you're going to take a vote.
Yeah, and then we take a vote. Thank you, I know. That is so funny. So we will take public comments for personnel, ABET, and ASBOC, and also NCEES. So any public comments in the room here? Seeing none. Moderator, would you please also open WebEx for the public comments for the last few items?
We are taking public comment on the last few items and the motion before us. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, I think you're okay to continue with the motion.
Thank you so much. So don't forget to vote. So Selena, please.
President Wong?
Yes.
Vice President Martinez?
Yes.
Dr. Amistad?
Yes.
Dr. Ascari?
Yes.
Ms. Brooks?
Yes.
Ms. D'Antonio?
Yes.
Mr. Hartley?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Listen?
Yes.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Mr. Waldeck?
All right.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
And thankfully, you're done with me. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Ray, for your report. So the next agenda item is President's Report or Board Members' Activities. So I'll start first. So as mentioned, I belong, I'm the current chair for the nominating committee for the NCEES Western Zone. So there is a position open, which is a secretary, and so it's open for nomination. And the nomination will be closed by February 15. So any of the board members who wants to submit their nomination to run for the secretary position in the Western Zone, here's the deadline. So 15, February 15. And so also, I'm part of the NCEES Finance Committee, and so we met and for several times to deal with those agenda items. So it's very, very interesting, and I just have to say, it's a very wonderful learning opportunities. To know how the finances are being conducted. It's a really, really positive experience for me. And I also participated in the DCA board leadership meeting. I think just happened last week. Yeah. So any other board members who have, Rosanna?
So I was appointed to the NCEES Committee on Licensure, which is a brand new committee. So far, they had been working on developing an agenda as to what, through a task force. And so they decided that there was enough meat that we needed to tackle, and so they created this committee. And so the charge of this committee is to take a look at the model of licensure that we have now and to address any gaps that there exist, for example, with regards to the ETAC degrees that we've seen so much controversy with, how to deal with licensure during emergencies, like major emergencies, whether states are going to recognize licensure from other states, and how to deal with licensure with regards to emerging technology. So we met a couple of times, and the next meeting is February 7th. That's why I won't be able to attend our board meeting. So that's it.
Thank you. And Guillermo?
I also attended the DCA leadership meeting as well.
Any other board members? All right. Do we need public comment for this one? We do. Okay. Can we wait until okay, I'll combine. So the next agenda item is approval of meeting minutes. So.
I
it's-
move that we approve the last meeting's minutes.
Thank you.
I
Mike?
just have a question. So in the meeting minutes, it had said that Cliff had abstained from voting on the previous meeting minutes, and I think that was it was Betsy instead of Cliff. Do you guys recall that? It just seems like because yeah, that's maybe something that I caught that.
Because I don't think I abstained. I think it was the meeting beforehand, because this is our third meeting now.
Betsy, do you recall abstaining?
I think I should have.
So what we can do, which I think, Chris, you can verify, can we approve the minutes as amended and just swap Cliff for Betsy?
Yes, I think that
Okay.
So Mike, would you like to amend the motion to include as amended?
I move that we approve last meeting's minutes as amended.
I second.
And Kaisha, second. Okay, so now we're opening comments for the board members, president reports, activities, and the approval of minutes. Board members, any comments? Seeing none. Member of the public in the meeting room here? Also none. Moderator, would you please open up WebEx for comments, please?
We are open up for public comment. We have opened up for public comment on multiple items, including the motion for the approval of the minutes. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for the reminder. Now it's time to vote. Thank you. Thank you, Selena.
President Wong,
Yes.
Vice President Martinez,
Yes.
Dr. Amistad.
Yes.
Dr. Ascari,
Yes.
Ms. Brooks.
Yes.
Ms. D'Antonio,
Abstain.
Mr. Hartley,
Yes.
Mr. King,
Yes.
Ms. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Rufino,
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez,
Yes.
Mr. Waldeck.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you so much. So our last item is adjourn, but we still have the closed sessions, to discuss the disciplinary actions and so, so we will recess into closed session and the board meeting will be adjourned, when the closed session completes. Sounds good? All right.
Don't we need a time that when we?
Do we need to set a time for the closed session? 5 o'clock? We will try 5 o'clock to have it, to,
5 o'clock, maybe
to,
4:30.
For like 3 seconds.
yeah, full adjourn.
On what
Yeah.
we did.
I think 5 o'clock is fine.
Isn't it too late?
Okay,
Like,
is
if
that
we
too-
fin-
so
if
we-
finish it earlier, we have to stay until 5 o'clock.
So would you like to say 4:30 and then?
Well, there is a
All right,
two stipulation.
How about 4:30 then?
4:30, because there is
we-
two stipulation, 3 default decisions.
Yeah, okay, so
4:30.
how about 4:30?
So just for your consideration, the WebEx will end at 5,
Yes,
regardless of when you come back. We can stay here after 5 if necessary. I don't think Kobe wants to, but we can.
Oh, I don't-
But the WebEx will end at 5,
Okay.
just letting you know.
so in that sense now, do we
Fall
need
asleep,
to
you'll wake me
open?
up, right?
So when we discuss past 5 o'clock, Rick, don't run away. So when we discuss past 5 o'clock and we'll automatically close anyway, right?
I'm just saying that if you have to go beyond 5 o'clock or come back after 5 o'clock from closed session, no one online virtually will be able to access it, which is
Okay.
fine. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay,
This is the moderator.
yes,
uh, i- Just to be clear, you guys need to reopen to adjourn. Is that correct?
Yes.
yeah,
Well,
In which
here.
Chris, is there a way we can do it or do we have to reopen to adjourn? Excuse me? Yeah, but if it's after 5 o'clock, we won't have anybody virtually to do that.
I'm here until you guys adjourn.
Oh.
Okay, so now the pressure's on Bryce. So there's a two-part equation here. Bryce, you're good? Okay, Bryce is good. You're just paying dinner tonight for him.
All right, so board member, I think we have a job, trying to get through it thoroughly, but efficiently. So, okay, we will come back, let's say 5 o'clock to adjourn. Okay.
4:30.
Oh, 4:30. Okay, corrected, 4:30. Thank you very much.
We got 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
They do interviews.